Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, and groovy humans everywhere, welcome to the Evidence Violates Community Guidelines channel. I'm your host, Mr. Sterling Murphy. Tonight, on August 26, 2020, we are welcoming, getting to know, and celebrating the one, the only Lynx in the Shadows. Lynx, welcome.
Thank you, and honored to be on.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you. We want to give you a shout out here at the outset for all the great work you do lifting our people's spirits and being a moderator extraordinaire. And I also want to put out there that Lynx overdue for a pay raise. So all those of you who employ her in chat excellence, I respectfully suggest you give her even more cash and prizes than you're currently giving her.
Well, thank you.
For sure.
I wouldn't mind a pay raise, to be honest.
Okay, we may have to do a second live stream where we just do one of those deals like a fundraiser for Lynx, and or we'll do something like we'll make it like the channels who owe Lynx. That's what we'll call the show. And then we'll let them know in no uncertain terms, if you don't get a raise within 48 hours, we will withdraw all support and start as much name calling and mud flinging as possible.
Oh,
and, yeah. So you should get rich, and we should recapture our destiny in no time, if that's...
Pay me or else stream.
Exactly. Yeah, enough said. Yeah, we'll do the economic approach like you're doing there. So... how did you get into this sphere, becoming a channel moderator, being the positive person that you are for this here part of the world?
That's a bit of a long question, actually.
Take all the time you want.
Okay. It all started back in, I think it was 2007 or 2008, where I stumbled upon a video of Graham Hancock on the Pyramid Mysteries, which led me to Red Eyes and several similar channels. So I kind of followed the evolution that Red Eyes had. And then I researched things on my own as well. When they started to shift into the dissident right, I wasn't horrified or weirded out or anything, because I'd followed the same line of thinking. And I was pretty red pill on those matters before. So my final red pill came when I heard Lana interviewing Tim Murdoch from White Rabbit Radio. And I basically haven't looked back since. But I've kept to the shadows. That's part of why I chose the name I use. It's a pun on Lurks in the Shadows, because I did that for years. And then it was in the last couple of years I've seen the community online becoming more positive, more friendly, because it can be quite harsh at times. And more women were getting on, and just very friendly. So in February, I decided to start commenting in the chats on the streams, just to make friends. And I got a Telegram. And then I accidentally stumbled into a chat that Horace had, the wonderful Horace. And he made me an admin on the chat a little while later. And when he shut down that chat, Patriotic Talk Chris immediately asked me to join his admin team, both on Telegram and on his streams. And their whole Pooch, the wonderful Pooch, got me some modding gigs, and it just kind of went from there. It seems like when if you get a moderating gig on one channel in the community, then people know you can be trusted, and they know you can do the job. So it kind of just snowballs, basically. So just wanting to make some friends on the internet had me snowballing into the British nationalist movement, which is quite funny actually, because I'm from Norway myself. So
right, yeah, but I mean we're all dealing with the same issues at varying degrees. It seems like in most Western countries.
yeah, it's basically the same everywhere. Of course, there's this local flavor. Because it's slightly different from each country, but the problems are basically the same. They all have opened their borders and have their anti-white propaganda, and the end goal is the same. So, yeah.
Right. What's it like in Norway itself? How bad's the propaganda? How serious has weaponized enrichment become?
But Norway is a slightly different because we were under Denmark for 400 years and then under Sweden for nearly 100. Then we regained our full freedom, and then we had the Germans visiting for 5 years. So independence has always been very important to the Norwegian identity. We don't want foreign peoples ruling over us. So in that sense, it's still quite nationalistic. But of course, we also have the propaganda with the immigrants. They are as Norwegian as us, or even more Norwegian than us for some weird reason. Third generation is considered Norwegians.
Yeah, because the ancestry has no factor there whatsoever.
No, full magic soil over here, you know.
Yeah, take that, 23andMe.
Oh yeah. But they do get some pushback when it comes to taking, for example, marking Christmas in schools, because we usually have a party for the children in the schools every year at Christmas, and some schools have tried to rename it or make certain bans on it, that you can't really celebrate the Norwegian traditions.
Yeah, because that would be weird in Norway. Let's not make things any more awkward in Norway than we have to.
No. Norwegian culture is apparently only vibrant when it's exported abroad.
Right.
Seriously, I've read on Wikipedia that Norwegian immigrants have created diverse societies in Russia and in Africa and in Southern America, in Northern America, and everywhere except in Norway. So it's really crazy.
Yeah, what a strange oversight that you don't create any music or holidays or customs where you're from. It's only once you travel outside your homeland that you become culturally significant. I'm sure that works. That's probably a sci-fi episode on some show we should look out for that'll explain all that.
Yeah, I don't know. What's it called again? Oh, I can't remember now.
Star Trek. The Twilight Zone. I was gonna say Star Trek: The Enriched Generation.
Yeah, that can work as well. But the point is, people are pushing back on that because they don't want to eradicate our culture, our national costume, bunad, is growing in popularity. The same with our traditional Norwegian knitted sweaters in different colored patterns. Some of the more tangible cultural aspects are gaining popularity, and I see that as a very good sign, because even if people spout the propaganda themselves with diversity and all of that, they deep down feel a very strong connection to their own culture, and they bring it into their everyday life. So that is very positive.
Yeah. So what are some things, in addition to a very independent spirit given past occupations, what are some other things that distinguish Norwegians, or by which Norwegians distinguish themselves?
We do have this view of ourselves that we're a different country. We're not like everyone else. And we can be very slow to pick up on trends from outside. And if we do, we tend to use it in our own way. For example, we came up with the concept of slow TV, which was basically, we have this cruise ship going from Bergen and all the way up to Hammerfest. And they mounted cameras on the boat and live streamed the entire trip from south to north. And people were getting out in every port and waving and all of that. Or we have live streaming about wood burning. And we've also had a streaming marathon on knitting.
A marathon on knitting?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Like seeing who could knit the longest before falling out of a chair.
I don't actually remember. I think the stream might have been migrated between several people, but basically it was a knitting stream that went on for hours and hours. I didn't watch it myself, but I actually found the concept quite fun. So we tend to take things from outside and do it slightly different in our own little quirky way. We can be a bit quirky.
Right. Then you folks also like to beat up on most other countries during the Winter Olympics, I've noticed over the years.
Well, we do love our Winter Olympics.
Yeah, definitely no checking Norwegian privilege there. Don't act like we haven't noticed.
Yeah. Well, they already complained that our skiing teams are too white, so the problem is that migrants don't want to ski.
Yeah.
And apparently that's our fault, apparently, for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, yeah, and it's so strange to me that people are just now realizing that folks from Norway tend to look Norwegian and white.
Yeah.
I knew that as a child. I had that pretty well figured out, that Norway tended to be full of Norwegians.
Yeah, I know, it's amazing, you know?
Yeah, it was strange when they kept sending teams to the Olympics. It would just say Norway, not Norway in quotes, or
Norwegian.
Yeah, right. Yeah. This is a lowercase white, uppercase white, Norwegian for Norway, who's being celebrated for winning the gold medal in the cross-country ski event. I remember these clowns in America were commenting on Norway's, I believe, most decorated Winter Olympian ever, and they were saying he was expected to win 5 golds, but he won only 2 silvers and 3 bronzes. Like, oh, what a failure! He went to the Olympics and won only 5 medals.
Yeah,
and not,
how dare he?
Yeah, and how many medals did you announcers win?
Yeah,
Oh, nothing. Just a couple medals of the mouth, and that's it.
yeah.
I don't remember this gentleman's name. Do you know who I'm talking about?
There's a few options. I think it might have been Björn Dale.
Ah, yeah. I'm gonna peek while we're online here together.
Oh,
Bjorn.
I was watching him as a kid.
Yeah, because well, in this particular Olympics he went to, where he was getting disrespected by these American idiots. He had already won like what, a dozen or two dozen medals before he even showed up,
Yeah,
and they
if
were.
it's
Oh my
if it's
gosh, this guy's white.
yeah. Oh my God.
He may
It's
also be Norwegian.
yeah. Björn Dale is the king of cross country skiing. When it's the variety where they are also shooting targets, then it's Björn Dahl. I
Oh,
don't remember his first name right now.
okay, so the guy with the name of Daehle,
Dale.
yeah, okay, yeah, this is the cross country guy, right? Yeah, this is the
Yeah,
guy. Yeah, this is the guy I watched, um,
yeah,
and this is the guy who got that ridiculous commentary from people who thought
yeah.
that the atmosphere needed stupidity rather than silence in that particular moment.
Yeah,
The-
well, he definitely dominated every skiing event he ever attended. So,
Yeah, Norway's incredible. I mean, they're almost always in the like top three to top five medal finishers in the Winter Olympics. And I haven't watched sports in a while, but I have always enjoyed watching the Olympics. Although I wonder now if they're going to start letting the trans man, trans woman stuff happen in the Olympics. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't
yeah,
I don't want to see that. I don't want to. I mean, I don't like boxing anyway, but I especially don't want to accidentally see footage of a man identifying as a woman in some sort of a contact sport
yeah,
uh, against other women. I was thinking about how to phrase that if I was going to make this a BitChute exclusive or not. I think it's still YouTube
yeah.
material for now.
We'll do our best.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. I've got my channel very protected right about now because it has another strike.
Ah,
So we'll see.
yeah,
I'm doing my best to keep it going. It's amazing how YouTube keeps forgetting that you and I have all this privilege, power, and supremacy in the West.
yeah. It's amazing. They really have to beat us down, don't they?
Yeah, and it's as if they've either forgotten about it, or they're not scared of it, or it doesn't exist at all. I'm
Or
having such a
because,
difficult time as just a triple digit IQ white guy figuring this out.
yeah.
Oh my goodness. Now, in your with your journey through Red Ice and with Tim Murdoch, how did what you learned along the way square with what you learned growing up? Was it very jarring? What were some standout features in terms of similarities to what you'd been taught growing up, or differences to that?
Not much actually. I had certain circumstances when I was a child brought me up against the contradictions of feminism, for example. I won't go into details, but I could see from my own life that the propaganda saying that women could now choose to be working mothers or stay at home with the children, I knew that was a lie because my mother was forced back to work herself. So I've known that for as long as I can remember. So when I was about 4 or 5, and because I was brought up by a majority of the women from the 70s who, marched in the streets and burnt their bras. So when they came in with their propaganda and saying it was a choice when I was about 4 or 5, I knew it was a lie. I didn't think that right at the beginning, but I knew it deep inside, and I couldn't really square it. And I've always been of the kind who I contemplate things by myself, and run through different propaganda or what I'm told through my own ethics, and try to keep it logic, so it's not just based on emotions. So I've basically seen through the feminist by the time I was in my teens. And one major thing was that I never felt any anger toward the Germans, because that propaganda is very heavy in Norway.
Right.
Yeah, the evil Germans occupied us. They wanted to steal our country. And I couldn't square that with being on the Danish rule for 400 years, and the Danes were our best of friends. Because the Germans only had us for 5 years, basically. So what's the big deal? And they've only done it once. So I didn't have any hatred towards the Germans or the sort of Nazis or anything like that. So I've always kept my thinking independent. I'm not the kind who follows the mainstream or groups or anything like that. I tend to avoid it, actually. If a group does something, I do the opposite. So it's partially by nature, and partially things I've just noticed. The major contradiction I had when I was in my teens and was faced with the contradictions of African culture and European culture, and it was no judging in it. It was just recognizing that, okay, this is going to crash. These two cultures aren't very compatible, and it is going to end badly. And I couldn't understand why the grown-ups who are running our countries didn't see that.
Right, and we also have already established that it's not a good idea for white folks to be by black folks. At least that's what I heard, but somehow it's now okay for that to happen.
Yeah.
Lynx, I get so confused. I need help figuring all this out.
Yeah, it seems like they can't make up their minds. So for me, it was when I finally understood it. It was when Tim Murdoch explained the white genocide meme, or our planned extinction. I'm sorry if this gives you a YouTube strike. That's not my intention.
Oh no, you're totally fine. You and I, unlike YouTube and I, are friendly and will remain friendly.
Yeah.
However you phrase things. Yeah. So you're good.
Yeah.
Chill out, YouTube censors. Let her talk.
Yeah. I'm a woman, damn it. I'm supposed to be listened to now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, all you toxic fellow white males at YouTube, you need to calm the hell down and let the lady speak.
Yeah.
And do a better job than I am right now of doing that.
But when I had that explained to me, I finally understood why nobody did anything with the problems that was obviously increasing with increased migration. So the only moment that was, where you feel like you lose your footing, and you get a bit dizzy and everything, was realizing that it was an agenda. It was all planned out. It was on purpose.
Right.
But yeah, when you realize, that, for example, Hollywood is completely one agenda. They are working towards a goal. It can shift your world quite heavily. It didn't last very long for me. As I said, I didn't have those deep roots in the mainstream culture. But I still got that feeling nonetheless. So it's basically just wanting to know the truth, wanting to know what's going on, because I've known since I was a little kid that something is very wrong, and I just want to figure it out so that I'm able to actually live my life.
Right, and then be a good resource for other people as well. I've actually shown a video that I've mentioned before on air by Aaron Kasparov. It's called Redacted. It's his most popular BitChute video currently, and I've shown it to white friends and to non-white friends who aren't sure that there are any organized groups out there who are hostile toward us because we had the audacity to be born into white bodies.
Yeah.
And I've shown it to them, and they've said, "Wow, I just had no idea," or I've shared information, or I've I can document the concerns, but it's pretty sobering to learn that people want to harm me simply because I was born into a white body.
Yeah.
I don't go around talking about hating or harming other people just because they were born into a particular race, ethnicity, or religion.
No.
Yeah, and when I want to defend my own immediate European family, that's somehow considered hateful and genocidal. Yeah, YouTube censors. I told you I have her back. Myself doing white-friendly advocacy is the problem, not industrial criminality against vulnerable children.
Yeah.
That isn't the issue. That doesn't need to be rectified. But a man or a woman standing up for his own people and saying, "Look, all we want is what any other people want. We want our own homelands. We want to determine our own destinies. We want to prevent any unnecessary conflict." I don't know about others out there. I'm personally sick of war, whether it's military, race, religious, ethnic. We humans have mastered that. We should get on to new things by now.
Yeah. When I was in my early teens, I had grown up with, we didn't have too many immigrants where I grew up. It was only a handful. And of course, we were taught that we shouldn't have anything against them based on the color of their skin, and I didn't have any problem with that. But I still recognized that they were Africans or from South America. Those from South America were typically adopted. And I didn't have a problem with them. I just recognized that they came from different people, and that's okay. And then it really started to get louder as I was entering my teens, because there was more trouble stirring with different ethnic groups and more violence and all of that. And I clearly saw that they were always yelling about racism towards immigrants. But they totally ignored anything that happened to the native Norwegians, and I couldn't see the difference in that. So, well, I didn't know the word. I definitely recognized the anti-whiteness very early on. So I was never really caught in that way of thinking, basically. I don't hate anyone. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want any war. I think the earth is large enough for all of us, and everyone deserves their own little piece of land that they can live in peace in. And I don't see why Europeans can't have our little slot of land, and the Americans, and everyone, basically.
I support your extremism.
Yeah, that's good. I'm so bloody extreme, it's amazing.
Well, yeah, well, that's what I sense. That's why I wanted you on this show, because you struck me as someone who is inflammatory, someone who liked to start fights, who went out of her way to cause drama. So I thought, I need to do an upload with this person to spice things up on YouTube.
Yeah, but how dare she advocate peace and friendship and good fences that create good neighbors? You know, how dare she?
Right. Well, it's so crazy. I mean, I have a good white friend of about 10 years, and I have started to get her to see some things more in line with where we're coming from. It was so strange. I was going off about the non-white grooming and rape gangs in the UK, and she actually asked me when I got done, well, you would punish the white criminals too, right? Like, of course I would. Like, anyone anyone of any race who violates any child of any race doesn't want me in power. Trust me.
Yeah.
And I remember listening to the guys from the absolute state of Britain, and they were asked that same thing too. Like, well, what about the rich English people who go to the Southeast Asia and get with children there? And they said, we have no problem with the governments there taking a hard line with people like that.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, it's like fine. It's like, hey, if you don't want to leave anything of those people for us, that's totally fine, Thailand. No worries here. BitChute exclusive time, people. Or maybe not. We'll see. I mean, it'll be BitChute exclusive for at least a couple months while the strike goes away, assuming my channel stays up and I don't anger any more Israelis like I did back in the day and had to stop showing my face and change my channel name again because it was the strangest thing. I mean, my policy was just basically don't interfere in my politics and stop shooting unarmed Palestinian children.
Wow.
Yeah,
how dare you?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to have my own country, and I'm not allowed to speak out about children getting shot. Yeah, that's risky now. That's living on the edge. I need to find out how to biggie size my privilege, power, and supremacy, and do it quickly, because this whole having to be underground thing, this whole YouTube and Twitter not respecting my toxic masculinity, it's getting on my nerves. I'm not at the. Yeah, go ahead.
I came across a meme on Twitter earlier this summer where you were supposed to pick the month you're born and the first letter of your name, and that was basically the purpose of your life, and it was against PC culture, and I got to defend the toxic masculinity. So. Now I have to figure out what toxic masculinity is so that I can defend it.
Right. That's good. That's great. And the job's to defend it, not to take it down.
No.
Yeah. Well,
you're a defender, guy.
Oh, thank you. Which reminds me, I got wondering there. What wave of feminism are we on? As if the third wave wasn't already fun enough. I heard something about a fourth wave. Do we stop having these waves? How does this work? Do you know?
I have no idea. I think we're on the rainbow wave.
Yes, the old imposter rainbow.
Yeah.
Speaking of BitChute exclusives, all right.
I can't keep up with all of the waves of this and that. Every new little shift in what they are currently feeling and all of that. So I let them tinker on with their waves on their own and do my own thing.
Yeah. Have fun out there in the surf. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I mean, I understand why it happens, but I still sometimes get amazed at the anti-white clown world, even though I have a general idea of where it's coming from and where it's headed toward. But I mean, the fact that a woman who calls herself a feminist can get public hearings, give public speeches, get paid, have a job while she's advocating castrating males and putting men in concentration camps. But someone on our side posts a graph of crime stats and gets banned from Twitter for life. Yeah, I don't know. As I heard someone saying, or I saw someone saying a Poseidon chat one time, noticing intensifies.
Yeah.
Now, oh, go ahead.
You know, I can't believe how vile. I don't even like to use the word vile, but I don't really have a better word for it. There was this headline earlier this summer about how cities were toxic masculine archetypes because of skyscrapers. Because apparently these feminists saw that as basically a phallus symbol, and it was just covering all of the cities. I don't remember the headline, but it was hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
It's so clear that this so-called woman has major mental issues, and she's just, I think it was in, was it Time or in one of the big newspapers over in the States. It was crazy. And I tried to watch a talk on the food habits of Queen Victoria. Because I thought it would be some interesting, information about food back in the 18th century. 1800s, I'm sorry. And she basically just went on anti-male rants all of the time, like how her uncles were just horrible men. And she didn't qualify it by anything. She just stated that they were horrible men. And I just thought, really? Were they? Based on what? Because I don't know that history. I don't know the particular persons who were in line of the throne 200 years ago, you know. And when she came to the point where she was lamenting the fact that her kitchens were dominated by men, I couldn't take it anymore. And that was about 12 minutes in or something.
Jeez.
And she was just spewing hate, basically.
Right. Actual unbridled and dangerous hate, not somebody talking objectively about something that can be verified. Well, and you're always welcome when you're going off about things. These show hosts and hostesses out there to provide facts. There are still a few human beings who care about that kind of a thing. If you want to just maybe cite an example of one of the uncles being awful or a series of them.
I can at least give an example, to show that you're actually basing it on something and not just because you didn't like them personally.
Right. Yeah. Then there's that whole. It's probably. But what is evidence now a white supremacist construct? Isn't science racist? I heard that science is racist.
Everything is racist. Even time is racist.
Right. I also recently heard somebody indicate that now sarcasm's anti-Semitic.
Oh my God! You can't make it up, can you?
Yeah, I just thought. Yeah, I was there having a conversation. I went, wait a minute, that's a thing now? I mean, not. I stopped saying about 2 decades ago. Now I've seen and heard it all, and I'm glad I stopped doing that because it's just gotten more and more ridiculous since the 1990s, and that was a pretty ridiculous decade in some ways. But
Yeah.
I just thought to myself as a wee young lad, I should stop saying this because it just gets more ridiculous. It seems every 6 months to a year, and sure enough, I was right because we got to 2020, and you ain't never seen nothing like 2020.
Yeah, I kind of gave up when reality TV came to Norway, and
Oh God, on reality TV, the
oh yeah,
alternate reality TV.
some of them wasn't that bad, but the first season of Big Brother, there were two couples who formed in there, and they had sex. So when sex on mainstream TV became okay, it was under the covers and everything, but still, I have no interest in seeing that. Then I totally
Wait, that was shown on mainstream commercial TV?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You
Wow.
didn't see anything I said, but you could see the guy humping the woman, so to speak, under the covers.
Wow,
You
keeping it
knew what was
classy.
Yeah. You knew what was going on, so then I just gave up basically mainstream culture. That was the final straw for me.
Yeah, I'm grateful that long before hashtag always innocent and long before hashtag the only tragedy that matters, that I didn't like Hollywood.
Yeah.
It was only within the last few years that I discovered about our greatest allies bragging about fellow whites running
Yeah.
Hollywood. There we go. That was diplomatic.
Yeah.
But I just didn't like the stuff early on, and maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe it's because of my Christian upbringing, or maybe it's because that stuff just generally doesn't appeal to European peoples who are in a relatively healthy state. But I just found a lot of it either inane or just vulgar or just really an attack on the soul, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I've actually always liked the medium, film and TV series and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't necessarily like the content. I still watched it, of course, because that's what you did. But I could be very slow on starting to follow new TV shows and everything. So I was still a bit of a contrarian.
Mm-hmm.
For the last few years, when I was watching TV, it was only very few shows. I didn't watch it daily. I had basically replaced it with conspiracy theories on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, some of which have been substantiated out there for those of you who misuse conspiracy and conspiracy theorist and yeah, conspiracy realities.
Yeah.
They're out there.
Yeah, and I haven't had a TV since 2012.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, I've watched, I think it's up to 3 series since then, all through streaming on the internet. But I basically given up because the propaganda has become too obvious. So I just sit there and want to bang my head against the wall when watching it. So I don't see a point in watching something that just irritates me.
Yeah, not at all. And I'm a bit squeamish too, so I don't like seeing stuff that's graphic of any variety because I tend to have a good memory for that. So I don't even want to put
Yeah.
myself in position to. I mean, it's bad enough when I'm watching a stream and somebody cuts unexpectedly to a video I don't want to see. Not that the person's doing anything wrong, it's just that it's like it'll cut to a violent clip just to document what he's saying. And I won't know it's coming. So sometimes I'll put things in theater mode and sneak down to the chat or have the mute button handy.
Yeah.
Just because I'm a sensitive man of the 1990s, like I sort of alluded to
Yeah.
earlier. When you were talking about feminists getting their professional pants in a bunch about skyscrapers, it reminded me of, I was reading something from a female politician in Sweden who was talking about how feminists here care more about Lego toys reinforcing the patriarchy than they do about our children being violated.
Yeah.
Apparently there is some Swedish, or how shall we say, fellow Swedish. I don't know which one it is. Maybe it's a hybrid. Maybe it's an international incident feminist group in Sweden.
Maybe.
Yeah, yeah, my fellow Vikings.
Yeah. Well, at least it's not a Viking, so.
Well, yeah, my fellow Vikangs. Yeah,
Yeah.
this stuff gets really confusing. This is why we all need our own homeland, so we don't get confused about who's supposed to wear what helmets when.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
that's one of the things that has confounded me over the last few years as things get more and more violent, and including for women. The rates have gone up astronomically since mass migration started. And,
yeah, it's tripled in some places, hasn't it, since 2015?
Yeah, Sweden is on par with African countries.
Jeez, that's incredible.
They did try to mask it by expanding the law so that basically everything could be rape. There was one guy who...
Yeah, that'll solve the issue.
Yeah, but if you look at the statistics, it was already rising from when mass immigration was happening. But they changed the law into absurdity. So there was one case where a guy got 1 year in prison because he had been on a party with a girl, and she was lying on a bed sleeping, and he lay down next to her. And he was only contemplating if he was going to make a move, and of course respect a no for a no. And he was aroused and everything, and he had then laid a bit too close to her, so she knew he was excited. And he laid on the bed for maximum 1 minute, and then he got up and left. He didn't do anything because he decided no, he didn't want to try. And the next day she went to the police and charged him with rape, and he got 1 year in prison. And he didn't even touch the girl.
Other than lying down next to her and her... Wait, so she was asleep, or she felt him lying down on the bed? And then...
She hadn't fallen asleep yet, as far as I know, but she knew he lay down beside her and then got up again.
Oh, I see. So she hadn't yet fallen asleep when he had lain down alongside her. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. And that gave him 1 year in prison. And then they have the new Swedes who commit often very brutal rapes of young Swedish women of all ages, even little girls. And they get community service.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, and the feminists are a huge proponent of mass migration into Sweden.
Right,
So
because nothing says standing up for women like endangering more of them unnecessarily.
Yeah, making the streets more unsafe and Also telling them that they can't have anything against the immigrants because they're poor, cuddly little doctors and engineers.
Right. Well, is that where they ask, are we supposed to even like the male ones? Are men good now, as long as they're not
Yeah,
Swedish men?
yeah, apparently so. So squaring how feminists can endanger even their own daughters. I just can't do it. It doesn't make sense at all. Feminists claiming to be anything pro-woman is just basically a lie. They're just anti-feminine. They want to eradicate every feminine aspect of women, it seems to me.
Right. I've wondered too, it's interesting to me that people who claim to believe in evolution and believe that nature unfolded slowly and in a particular way over time, uh, and given that most of nature runs on a patriarchal system, I get that not all creatures and are patriarchal or heterosexual, but by and large, overwhelmingly so in nature, it's a system where the male form goes out and does any fighting or defending, and the female form stays back and does the nurturing. Do these folks think that nature itself needs a feminist wave and an LGBT movement to correct those constructs, or is it just for humans? Like, do we need to get out there and start talking about the problem of not enough pink flamingos dating enough gray elephants? Uh,
Yeah.
is there? That's so strange to me. I have yet. Maybe I should ask somebody that. Well, I don't know. That might set somebody off. I'll see. I'm willing to talk with people who have different opinions, but I'm not always the best at pulling my headphones away quickly when someone starts yelling. Um,
Yeah, that's the problem.
right. But it's interesting. I was talking to a non-white friend of mine about the grooming and rape scandal in the UK over the last few decades, and it was interesting what she said. She took it as it being another example of women not being cared enough about women being in the harm's way of another system, and I thought that was kind of like halfway getting there.
Yeah.
She's a good one. She let me go off the other day. I've only really lost my cool about 7 or 8 times in my life. Um, and I heard white privilege for the 422nd time in 18 days or whatever, and just finally I mean, I didn't yell at her. I just kind of went off about the socio-political reality in America. And when I got done after ranting for minutes, she said, she's great. She was so nuanced. She said, even though there is white privilege, like I know that you yourself, you've always been respectful to anyone, regardless of the background. And then I just went off on the white privilege part of that. But when I got done, she said, you know what? I have thought that there's an ulterior agenda here at play with the chaos that's going on in America.
Yeah.
And I thought, cool. Cool. And thank you for being a non-white person who doesn't want to see white folks get harmed just for being white.
Yeah.
Because I've heard people say that we deserve that if we're white, including a 5-year-old boy now, apparently. There are people
Yeah.
that civilized who think that it should go to children.
Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me.
I've also seen on Twitter that it's been TikTok videos. Obviously, I don't sit and watch TikTok myself. But there's at least one super feminist, of the blue-haired kind, that is actually trying to get people to vote Trump. And that is because she woke up to the problem with sex trafficking within the more leftist circles. So people can wake up on many different things. So she has put out videos explaining why she has changed her mind and trying to explain the mindset of the people that she used to hang with. You know, because of course she's getting crucified.
Right.
And because she started to realize a few truths. And I'm not saying that the right is any better, but people can wake up and it can be on very different topics. It can be trafficking. It can be the killing of 5-year-old little boys on their bikes. It can be the grooming of girls. It can be so-called positive discrimination, where you suddenly can't even apply for a job if you're white.
Right.
It can be all of these things that have people go, wait a minute, what's going on here? This doesn't make sense. I don't actually think we should give up on people. Only a few will be lost in the end. Because you never know what circles people will come from. And even if they don't come fully on our side, they might be willing to at least fight side by side and then take the ideological fight after that it's won, you know?
Right. I think that's great. It speaks to, I think it speaks to the very real need for us to be patient with ourselves as we learn and patient with others. The only people I would say that you could just disregard right away would be people that who are uncovered just to be reflexively or murderously anti-white, and they don't care about hypocrisy or lapses in logic. They just want to harm white people just for being white. Other than that, and even some of those people, they may have a moment years down the road. We just don't waste our time with them now. Honest seekers are fine. I like to call folks from like people I call non-clown world leftists, who like the ones who decades ago cared about real issue like environmental sustainability and workers' rights, and who didn't want to fight war and that kind of a thing, or didn't want to do preemptive war and that. I mean, some of them can be reached. I've found that in my own life. I've had quite the cornucopia of friends from different races, ethnicities, religions, perspectives, and so forth. And thankfully, a lot of them they're open. I mean, sometimes we have to take ego hits if we find out we've been off about something. But to me, that's much easier to process than to try to deny something that's objectively overwhelming. So I don't mind taking it if I'm off on something and someone needs to correct me, or someone has a better book or a better take. Hey, I've partied with ancient Greeks. I don't mind throwing on the toga again and getting it right. So possibly no pun intended on getting it right, or getting it Hawaii.
But it's a sign of a healthy mind that you are willing to take in new information, and if you find that information has validity, that you are able to change your mind. I've always had agreed with the overall, no, not overall, I mean, what's the word? A theoretical part of, so-called racism, that you shouldn't judge someone because of the color of their skin. I don't have a problem with that at all. But that doesn't mean that I want all the world as my neighbor, in my street. I don't see those two things connected. And I do think that many normies are a bit on that side. They might have friends from different groups and all of that. But that doesn't mean that they necessarily want to live in a society where 200 languages are spoken.
Right.
Like the situation is in parts of Oslo, for example.
That's ridiculous. Just yeah, because clearly it wouldn't be our greater strength to just speak one language. To make things even better, we need to
Yeah,
complicate that by a factor of 200.
yeah. If they aren't comfortable with that, that's okay. That's normal. Everyone wants to feel at home, and the reason all of the immigrants are congregating in different parts is because they want the same. So it's basically just human nature, but it doesn't mean that you hate anyone.
Right, right. I mean, yeah. I mean, same here. I mean, I've been friendly, and I still have friends from different uh, non-white circles or from different ideological perspectives, and that's totally fine. But that doesn't mean that I want to let the people behind manufactured chaos get away with it.
No.
And also, too, this idea that we should just accept anyone and everyone. That says to me, whether people mean to or not, that says to me that they're okay with failed countries, that they're okay with Israel and Saudi Arabia and other satanic playgrounds getting away with waging unnecessary wars.
Yeah.
And that's also something that I'm not okay with. I don't want people losing their homes. I don't want to lose mine, and I don't want
No.
anyone else. I don't want anyone else losing theirs. And I also, like you, I don't want to live in a city where I can't communicate or relate on any meaningful level with every other person I
Yeah.
encounter.
Yeah. Um, let's just make it easy and use the example of the Syrian war. Uh, my heart breaks when I see footage of the destroyed cities down there. And when I hear the stories of those who have been basically been kept captive of the so-called ISIS and all of those, of course I don't want to see that. I want Syrians to be able to live like they want to do, decide their own life within their own country. But that doesn't mean that I want to take in 10,000 Syrian refugees per year because that is happening, you know.
Well, right,
And
and I'm sorry. Go ahead.
even if we were to do that, it doesn't mean that I want them to permanently settle. Even if you are helping in a crisis, then they have to go back when the crisis is done. They have to go back and rebuild the country. My people did that after Second World War. There were plenty of people who fled to Sweden or even to the States. And at least those in Sweden, majority of those came back immediately because they wanted to rebuild the country, and we did. So why can't anyone else do that? You know?
Right, and what happened to following international law and going to the next safe country? I mean, the number of places of designated safe countries that people are skipping over to get to somewhere like Sweden or Norway or
Yeah,
Finland. I mean, it's just asinine. Or the idea that even one African's in Ireland.
yeah,
Uh, I was watching this program, and there was a gal from Mozambique who's in Ireland, and Mozambique arguably isn't all that close to Ireland. Like most places aren't close to Ireland, but
Yeah.
uh, and she was saying that Irish people have nothing to fear from her after she explained that she lied to get into Ireland, and that she's getting free housing, free food, and free clothing, but no one has anything to fear. Okay, so.
No.
Right, because it isn't natural to fear people who are liars and thieves.
Yeah.
And then again, how many countries did you skip over, girlfriend?
Yeah.
How many in Africa and in Europe?
Yeah. It's the same with the channel situation in Britain now. Because so many of the leftists have come out and said, we have to make it easier for them to come here legally, and people are dying and fleeing for their lives and everything. And of course, they get the comments back, France isn't a dangerous country. They're safe in France.
Yeah, other than a couple cities, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. France is not a total war zone. So, and the war zones that are the places that are close to a war zone are basically heavy on the immigrants. So it's not the French who are causing the problem.
Well, if these folks in the UK, in Great Britain, are so concerned about people who are dying, how about taking care of your thousands of vets who are currently homeless?
Yeah.
How about you start correcting some of these migrant landlords who refuse to rent to white people?
Yeah.
How about you deport or redacted the newcomers who are violating children by the tens of thousands, possibly by the hundreds of thousands, going back to the 1970s.
Yeah.
If you're so concerned about people in harm's way, there are already tons of indigenous people. I'm going to pause for a moment so people can get triggered about whites being indigenous to anywhere. And now that y'all have had your moment, we're back.
Yeah. Screeching break.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's or also too, if you're concerned about people being dislocated, tell the UK government, the United States government, to stop supporting Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Yeah, no more do you get any of our personnel or any of our money or any of our strategy to violate other countries.
Yeah.
We could do all those things. I don't know, like, where in history has mass flooding of different peoples into the same area ever worked out in anything other than a combination of miscegenation, balkanization, chaos, violence, war?
Yeah. Well, they do blame the white Americans, the only Americans in my view, for coming
That's what
over.
the Constitution says.
Yeah. Yeah.
European men and women tend to have European children.
Yeah, I know. It's funny that. But they blame their descendants for their ancestors coming over and displacing those who already lived there. And that was horrible and evil. But it's not horrible and evil when it's happening to you or to me. Then it's perfectly all right because we're all the same, and diversity is our strength and all of that.
Yeah, which reminds me, I'm concerned about how little Norwegian heavy metal music gets played in Cambodia. I wanted to mention that earlier.
Yeah,
I need
we
to talk
really
to,
have to.
I actually know some Cambodians. I need to look them up and ask them the hard questions about that issue.
Yeah, I guess we have to bring our vibrant society to down to Africa.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was, I am not unsympathetic to the duplicity and violence that did occur in some of America getting conquered. It was really a combination of colonialism conquering, but then there were also people who settled large tracts of land and didn't fight any red tribes. So it was a combination of all three. But if people are so up in arms about that, how does it help the Navajo or the Cherokee or the Paiute to bring in Africans, Arabs, or Indians by the millions?
Yeah,
I mean, if
it
that's what you're
really,
concerned about.
yeah, it really doesn't make any sense. And it's also clearly tunnel vision because every group of people have done that at some point in their history. So
Yeah, humans
why not?
suck. Study history.
Yeah, so why is it only one
Hashtag
group
not
who are?
all.
Yeah, yeah. Why is it only one group who are demonized for it? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and why would they have a systemic top-down self-demonization program while at the same time supposedly being racially conscious to the extent of hurting and exploiting other people? I mean, if we were really here in America a white supremacist system, what we would do is we would bomb and plunder countries, but we wouldn't let any of their refugees in. if we
Yeah,
if we were really like that kind of an evil supremacist system that people makes us out to be, I mean, that's some very strange white supremacist 4D chess to give free housing, zero interest loans, cash grants, uh,
yeah.
sanctuary cities to non-white people. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
No,
Again, I maybe I need to eat more salmon, get my omega 900s up or something, but I'm having it.
I think you have to eat bugs to get it.
Oh, but ugh. Does that mean I have to have dinner with Bill Gates now?
Maybe.
We get together for our pre-vax meal. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I told Billy Boy 2 needles for him for every 1 needle into me. So we'll
Yeah.
see if he writes back. And I'm amazed. I didn't know that you could become a medical expert through stealing software from a colleague and getting rich off it. Uh,
Well, these things are just amazing.
yeah, college
Um,
ain't what it used to be, I tell you.
yeah, we're supposed to listen to the experts, but it apparently doesn't matter if the so-called experts actually have any education in that field.
Right. So maybe what I should have done, instead of asking you about Norway, I should have brought somebody from Gambia onto the program to get
Yeah,
the inside scoop about Norway. And then to get the inside scoop about Gambia, I would get somebody from Brazil
yeah,
to tell me all about Gambia.
definitely.
Okay, I'm gonna turn into a halfway decent creator after all. I need to make some notes about how to do these shows in the future. Uh,
Yeah, if you do it that way, you might avoid any strikes.
Right, right, yeah. And then I can speak. I can speak on the experience of the Black Vietnamese trans community.
Yeah,
I could do a 2-hour stream about what's what there.
yeah.
Um,
I think I might identify as an alien with purple skin and yellow dots and green hair. I think I might identify as that. So, I
from,
can just talk about the entire Earth because I don't come from here at all.
now, would you be from the planet Candyland there?
Maybe.
That's what your that's what your look got me thinking about. I'm like, she looks like Candy. Oh my gosh. Now what kind of success are you having, how shall we say, in analog life? Are you able to do you reach out to a lot of actual fellow Norwegians and or do you hear people talking and kind of work your way in where you can, where opportunities present themselves? What's it like there on the ground with waking folks and supporting them?
I try to be a bit gentle and work my way in where I can. So I don't go, full on with people that try to point out the inconsistencies and the hypocrisy. Uh, but it's hard to get through the programming. Um, and I will admit that I don't want to lose any real life friends and anything about this. And for the most part, I don't really hide my views. In that I don't spout the narrative I don't believe in just to fit in.
Right. I think too, like having learned a little bit more about Norway today, the fact that Norwegians are still sensitive to being occupied, that to me bodes well for Norway's future.
Yeah,
Because if too many people come in too quickly, that's going to feel like an occupation of sorts too. It's not the exact same thing, but uh, whether it's empire colonialism or settler colonialism or shock troops or weaponized migrants or fake refugees. I mean, it all has the same effect. I
yeah.
mean,
I think most of that is partly unconscious in people. We are not a member of the EU. We have that secondary deal like Iceland and Liechtenstein.
mhm.
Um, and the majority are against the EU. So we don't want to be ruled from outside. It's still a bit difficult for people to let that take that mindset into all of the migrants and everything. But I do think it will take hold when the numbers are rising. Currently, we are 70-some% approximately Norwegians, and the rest are immigrants. But most of them are Polish and Swedish. I don't know how many new Swedes are included in the Swedish number, but
New
the non
Swedes.
yeah,
It's like the term new Irish. There are people who from Nigeria calling themselves Irish.
yeah. We can't actually call them new Norwegians because Norway has two written Norwegian languages, whereas one is called New Norwegian. So we can't call them New Norwegians because that is too close to a written language.
Right. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, then there'll be a big scandal about people. They feel that they've been dehumanized when someone said New Norwegian, not even meaning the language, but then the people will find
Yeah.
out, and oh my gosh, there'll be drama. You know, it's interesting. Nigerians calling themselves Irish. I was under the impression that most motels and hotels have mirrors in them. Have some of these folks not been using them in the
Maybe
morning?
don't maybe don't they don't know what it is.
I'm curious. I wonder how it would fly if I took my white butt down to Nigeria and called myself a new Nigerian.
Yeah, I've set my foot down on German soil. Does that make me German?
No, that just makes you German curious. I'm sorry.
Uh,
The-
damn it.
yeah. Although didn't our people don't what are referred to as whites in terms of what can be identified by genetics? Doesn't that come from either either Germany or Russia or both? Do you know the story on that? Like where that lousy National Geographic telling me we came from Africa? Why I had a
Uh, well, the Europeans are comes from the Indo-Europeans, and they come from the Russian steppe back in the day.
oh okay.
And then they had waves of migration, basically in all directions. They even went into China and Korean and even Japan, possibly. And of course, the Aryan invasion of India, they founded Iran. And
Wow,
also,
have white will travel.
yeah, we do travel. But I think that all the skeleton found in Russia from that group, the closest living relatives are Scandinavians on a genetic level. And we have this horse breed here, Fjording. And genetically, they can be traced to the horse breeds from the Indo-Europeans. So we have several genetic ties to the Russian steppes. Personally, I believe there's different origins due to different admixture. For me, it gets too hazy because I don't really look into all of that history that far back. But I don't really think that my ancestors just migrated from Africa, then spent a bit of time in further north and got white skin and blonde hair and blue eyes and everything.
Yeah, yeah, that's a bit that I looked into that, and it seems to me that National Geographic has given me some bogus information, which disappoints me.
Yeah, I wonder when the African Americans will start to go blonde and milky white skin and blue eyes and everything. How long does it take?
Yeah, yeah, maybe then we could start saying new Swedes if that happens in Sweden.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
if
just have to wait a few years.
right, right. If there's no racial mixing, but then millennia down the road, suddenly everything's white again in Sweden. I'll give people another. I'll give all the triggered out there another moment to collect themselves about Sweden
Yeah,
being Swedish again.
yeah,
The the white supremacist atmosphere turned the African. Well, maybe that'll be something where people start advocating that everyone needs to go home so that they
yeah,
won't turn white.
yeah.
And because we've already got like what are there hundreds of millions of us evil whiteys like running amok around the planet right now?
Yeah, and they are starting to turn on that. As far as I can remember, I've always been told we shouldn't see color. And now that's suddenly white supremacy in not seeing color because we are supposed to see that people are non-white.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
can they please make up their mind and then let me know what they want me to do?
Yeah, well, people had better start seeing color because I want there to be safe driving going on. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah, we're not supposed to see color. Well, I mean, the thing is that the nice thing about being a white person nowadays is you know that you're always wrong. Like,
yeah,
if you do see color, you're wrong. If you don't see color, you're wrong. If you talk, you're being violent. If you don't talk, you're supporting violence. If you already
yeah.
live in an area, you don't belong there. If you move into an area, you're racist. If you move out of an area, you're racist. Uh,
You're supposed to be pro desegregation, and then you're supposed to also support segregated universities for Africans and dormitories and everything. So
right, yeah, we're supposed to support self-determination for the Palestinians and utter chaos in the West.
hmm of
Uh,
course,
Yeah, God bless the Palestinians. I'm definitely sympathetic. I'm definitely sympathetic to their cause. However, I don't much
mm,
care for Palestinians in Ireland lecturing the Irish publicly about their so-called white privilege.
no,
Uh,
neither do I.
no, we have a thing
We
in the
do,
West called being a good guest, and you ain't doing it.
yeah. We have the same in Norway as well. I can sympathize with uh, difficult situations in different countries, but don't come to me and tell me how I'm supposed to act in my own country.
Right. Yeah, I've thought before, like what would have happened to me if I had been a foreign exchange student and came back from, say, Vietnam, and
Mm-hmm.
my grandparents asked me, how was it? They're like, oh, it was great. I told the Vietnamese that there were too many Vietnamese people in Vietnam. It was too yellow.
Yeah,
There was too much Buddhism.
yeah,
There weren't enough signs in English.
yeah.
How shall we say my grandfather would have become a toxic male with me had I acted like that uh,
Yeah,
in another person's country?
yeah.
uh,
You know, and I think it's important to recognize that we are attacked as a larger group, not just our national groups. Of course, I want to keep all of the different European flavors and countries, with them upholding their sovereignty and their people and their culture and everything. But to quote a comment that I saw under a video earlier this year, it was made by this Norwegian man in English, and he said that all of his life he had been Norwegian, and then he went to New York to study. Then he became white because if people attacked him for the basis of his identity and all of that, he wasn't attacked for being Norwegian. He was being attacked for being white. So
exactly.
we have to stand side by side in this and let other squabbling things be for the moment, and uh, focus our energy on the anti-whites and our wannabe overlords. What is going on now with the lockdowns and COVID and all of that is definitely something to worry about.
Right.
And
Yeah, I was surprised to find out that the way to fight back against COVID was protesting, looting, and or rioting. Uh,
don't you know that jogging cures COVID?
Jogging cures COVID. Oh, Lynx, you minx.
Well, apparently so.
Yeah. I was in the grocery store here in my town the other day, and the automated voice came over and said, "Please remember to practice social distancing." I suddenly blurted out, "Unless, of course, you're riding against Whitey. But other than that, practice social distancing." And a handful
Yeah,
of shoppers, their necks, their necks snapped to one side. I want you to know that I'm usually more professional and careful than that. So that was one
yeah,
of my only that was one of my only slips. I was maybe being a little more white than ho white there, but
yeah,
um, yeah, I've also had to bite my tongue with people in some of our chats who will say things like, "Oh, to hell with the Americans, we don't need them," or "To hell with the Irish, they aren't really white," or
yeah,
just stupid provincialism like that. And uh, I think we can stand together. I mean, obviously, we're going to do the bulk of the work in our own countries because that's where we're
yeah,
attached. But even if it's just something as simple as not falling for any media tricks to get us bad mouthing one of our ethnicities for no good reason, I
yeah,
guess that's already implied with bad mouthing. But yeah, not defaming each other, not exploiting each other, refusing to take up arms against each other.
yeah.
Um,
No more brothers wars.
Absolutely not, especially not for people who hate us and 99% of all humanity, uh,
Yeah,
even their own sometimes. Uh, but um, but yeah, I am open to the idea that I've been considering that I would like to see down the road once we have our countries recaptured and relatively safe and homogenous and prosperous and all that good stuff. I would like to see some kind of an agreement where we choose to stand by any of our countries that get unfairly attacked. Um, so, like for instance, if somebody tries to say attack one of our smaller countries, like if some non-European countries say threaten the Baltics, or if they threaten Iceland or something like that, then we get to a point where we say you're going against all of us if you touch any of us. I would like to see that, but yeah, I don't want to lose our ethnicities. I want there to be Norwegians 1,000 years from now. I want there to be Hungarians 1,000 years from now. I want there to be Africans, Chinese. I don't want to see people who've been around for a millennium or more who have meaningful histories and meaningful identities go away. I don't want their languages to go. I don't want their countries to go. It's just heartbreaking to me to think, like even in the past, groups I've studied that can't even be identified anymore to be living, or to think about, like, I mean, imagining there being no more Swedes or no more Americans. I mean, American in the actual American sense, not in the 1965, let's build an empire abroad in a hellhole at home kind of sense.
Yeah, I saw a documentary quite a few years ago, and it had a little segment. It was something down in Africa. I don't remember the main theme, but they mentioned that a certain tribe was going to go extinct within our lifetime because there was only 1,500 people left in that tribe. And I thought that was heartbreaking because I don't want any group of people disappearing from the face of the earth. I think every group has the right to live and have a piece of land they can call their own, and continuing their line and their culture and everything that goes with the people. It doesn't really matter to me where that people come from, if it's Europeans, if it's Africans or Asians of any sort. Every group has a right to live, I think. But of course there will be conflicts. To think anything else will be very naive. But I would like to see a European unity in the form that we form a solid bloc against non-Europeans, in trade and military and things like that, but still keep our individuality with our different countries and our different peoples and cultures and everything, but that we have a united front outside against the outside of our larger in-group. I don't see any contradictions in that. And that's my main problem with the EU, for example, is that they want to make United States of Europe and eradicate all of the different peoples. Even if we take the migration out of the question, they still want to blend Europeans into one mass. And the fact is, we are, how many is it again? I think it's 28 countries in the EU or something like that, and even more European countries on a whole. And we all have a right to live. We all have a right to our nations, and we don't need to have some overlords in Brussels telling us what we can't and can do in our own countries with our culture and all of that. So
I remember when I had to write a letter to Guy Verhofstadt, that disgrace to the Netherlands. That's where he's from, right? He's Dutch in the loosest sense of the term. When he was calling Polish Independence Day marchers fascists, neo-Nazis, white supremacists. So I sent him a little primer on history and my own thoughts about his comments. He never wrote back, oddly enough.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah, but I did try to be helpful. From what I remember, I definitely erred on the side of professionalism. I may have been a little cheeky, though. I know that might be surprising for some of the people who have followed me for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
But but people from Poland and elsewhere pointed out too that folks weren't even using that rhetoric during prior Polish independence marches. It's only when it happened after the 2015 refugee crisis kicked off that suddenly Polish people caring about Poland were somehow filling the anti-white slur.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's heartbreaking. I was thinking just now, like, what would it be like to be the last person of an ethnicity that used to be known and understood, and to actually like be there realizing that you had no way to pass it on
Yeah.
because no one around you identified as that. They didn't have that blood.
Yeah.
That's just horrible to think of that happening to any group.
Yeah.
Or imagine being the last of a group and wondering, like, is this going to be the last generation of us?
Yeah. Definitely. And a bit of a continuation on the EU question. A couple of years back, we had a drought in Scandinavia, and several forest fires broke out in Sweden. And Polish firefighters came across to help put them out. And one of the politicians in Sweden loudly proclaimed that, oh, see what unity in the European Union can do for us, how it helps us. The Polish dryly commented that that had nothing to do with the EU. They would come no matter what because they would wanted to help a neighbor.
Right.
So,
As if Europeans didn't help each other before the EU formed.
yeah, no, that has never happened before at all. You know, we did have to have some overlords in Brussels to make that happen.
Yeah, yeah. All it took was anti-white Marxist revolutionaries to help us see the way of becoming empathic neighbors.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I do love me some public-facing Polish leaders, though.
Yeah.
The Hungarians.
Oh,
Uh,
I simply love the. I think it's the foreign minister of Hungary.
oh
The guy
yeah. I
with
think
the
daughter
glasses.
Valbion did a video. Oh no, she did one on the Polish guy. But yeah, sorry, go ahead with
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but you know he wears glasses and he stood his ground against several prominent fellow white Britons on TV. You know, one of those huge so-called debate programs, I think it was.
yeah.
And you know, he just kept his ground. You know, hungry for the Hungarians and and all of that. I just love that man. I
Yeah,
wish we had some of them in Norway as well.
you may soon have them. We may be dealing with the Norwegians. I'm thinking. Well, I think the Danes are starting to wake up in a big way too. They might be the most outspoken of the Scandinavian countries right now, if I remember my recent study. I mean, this is just me, like, off my basic studies and just my current understanding, because they've already spoken up about some of the massive problems they've had, and they've got a much better demographic situation right now than Norway does. Um,
I think we're about the same demographically.
Really, has it dropped down that much? Because I thought that the Danes were still in the 90 percentile.
I
Uh,
don't think so.
oh my. It sounds like I have yet another thing to brush up on.
Well, I might be wrong, but I don't think they're in their 90s.
86.9% currently,
Yeah, okay.
assuming that Bing is not lying to me. Um,
There might. The last figure I saw for Norway was back in 2015 or 16, and then we were, I think it was 82%. So, and Norway and Denmark are about the same population size. So
Yeah.
we're not that far off each other demographically.
No, it looks like Norway's currently 83% actual Norwegians and
Yeah,
Denmark's 87%. So my bad. I thought that Denmark was still in the 90%. This
yeah.
is actually more worrisome. Uh, I mean, I think
It falls quickly because the importation is so large. But Denmark is definitely the most based of the Scandinavian countries, and to a degree, I would say even in Western Europe. It seems to me that their discussion is more honest and open. Of course, they have their lying politicians as well. I think the last election, the left wing won, and they had basically changed quite a bit of their talking points into more so-called right wing when it comes to immigration and everything. And as soon as they got into power, they changed their minds and went back on many of the promises. So that is definitely something we have to look out for. Yeah, if we're looking for a political solution to this, is to know that the political parties will change with wind. So if they see a more nationalistic stream, they will try to fool you to get into power and then just do what they want. So, but people will then also be more aware of that. They have been doing this for years, of course, but when it goes more into blatant lying to you, then people will start to wake up even more. So it's a ripe red pill territory these days.
right. Well, and there were even some left-wing Danish politicians talking about things like not allowing ethnic enclaves
Yeah,
anymore. That people couldn't just create their own countries within Denmark,
yeah,
which I thought, wow, that's. I guess that's probably one of those things that people considered a more right-wing talking point. I would suggest that one of the best ways to prevent that happening in your country is to ensure that folks stay in the country that they belong in.
yeah. That would be the obvious solution, but apparently the obvious is evil and hateful these days.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. Today, in mostly peaceful ethnic cleansing,
Hmm.
CNN reports. Yeah, well, there's been this crazy phenomenon in Denmark too, and this is happening with Denmark having still a pretty good demographic situation, 87%, where they have these non-white gangs going around and targeting individual Danish children, and I'm not going to go into details, but they do a particular thing to them, uh, and it's just disgusting. And I thought, wow, if this gets out en masse, again, I don't know why y'all would even want to risk waking any Vikings.
Yeah.
I don't know if you haven't read up on your history or if you think that these folks' ancestry has disappeared altogether. And again, we don't want violence, but I do wonder sometimes people who talk about shutting us down because they don't want violence. I'm like, well, what do you think's going to happen when you're running anti-white pro-war narratives, and you're causing immigration, refugee dislocations, you're allowing mass migration, and you're cramming people into the same small space together. You don't sound like a peace advocate to me.
No, neither to me. And on that point, let's take that to a real life situation because that was the main complaint to Breivik. He felt that he was silenced and wasn't listened to, and all of that. So if people are getting shut down and they are inclined to that, sort of action. In no way am I that myself, nor do I advocate it. It would only make things worse. But if people feel like they aren't being listened to or being shut down and all of that, some of them will act out. Not even close to the numbers that they are fearing, but some might. So if they really believe that rhetoric, shouldn't they have learned from that situation?
Yeah, I mean, a Mexican friend of mine got it the other day when I said, now again, I don't want uh, uh, endorse, condone, or celebrate violence, but apparently some people forgot what happened the last time millions of white kids got fed up,
Yeah,
and it wasn't a picnic for anybody. Uh,
yeah,
and I don't want that again. And she said, and she kind of laughed, and I think she was half scared and half humored by the comment, actually, if I remember correctly. Uh,
yeah. That's one of the things that intrigues me a bit because we keep hearing about how awful Europeans are, how violent and evil and all of that. And then they seem to do everything they can to poke us into reacting. Um, and you definitely could argue that what they're saying is true. We do know warfare,
mhm.
and everyone knows it. And uh, when we really make our minds up to do something militarily, we usually are able to do that. Subdue the enemy and everything, and then we just happen to let the enemy live. Uh, that's the conundrum. uh, where other groups of people might take it to the full end.
Yeah, I was talking with an actual fellow white guy the other day. I feel like I have to throw in
Mm-hmm.
that qualifier more than usual nowadays, but an actual fellow white guy, and I said, based on my studies so far, Europeans could be argued to be, on one hand, the most empathic people, but on the other hand, the scariest people when they get, how shall we say, when they get upset for no good reason whatsoever. Uh, yeah, that's a good point, though. Yeah, I mean, if you're so worried about how hateful and evil we are, then why do you keep trying to pick fights with us?
Yeah,
Uh,
why come here and complain about how evil we are while we are paying for everything?
Yeah, yeah. One of my friends, I guess some people call them normies or NWG calls them vagues. I call them everydays.
Mm.
Was saying she just suddenly said out loud while we were hanging out together, uh, why do people want to keep coming to our countries if we're so evil? Uh,
Yeah,
and she just kind of asked that we hadn't even really been talking about that issue. Like it had like something just sort of along those lines, I guess, had been brought up, but she wasn't even really talking to me. She was more just talking to the atmosphere. And
yeah,
I'm like, yeah, it's very strange.
yeah. I've wondered that myself. Um,
Yeah, and why do our racially
what?
loyalist and racially supremacist leaders let these folks in, which I talked about a little bit earlier? If this really
Yeah.
is a system for whites first and foremost.
Well, it is quite curious that first you go and bomb a country back to the Stone Ages, and then you take in all the refugees and expect them to be nice.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Sorry about destroying your country right down to the neighborhood where you and your family have lived forever.
Yeah,
Here's some free stuff. Please don't snap
yeah. Well,
when this place
you know,
turns out not to be your cup of tea.
yeah, if you came around my house and burned it down deliberately, would I be inclined to move in with you?
Uh, not if you had other options.
No.
You might be inclined to do other things regarding me, but not necessarily like become roomies.
Yeah, I might turn a bit nasty there for a bit,
Yeah, you might be one of those whites who gets mad for no good reason.
Yeah,
And then out of nowhere, two world wars happened, and the Germans got mad for no good reason both times.
yeah, I've heard that been referenced to as the Great European Civil War, the First and Second World War, and it's quite apt actually.
Yeah, I mean there were some non-European people, especially in the second one, who died, but in terms of just like sizing up all the numbers, it was an absolute slaughter of Europeans in
Yeah,
both world wars, and I hate that either occurred. I
yeah.
I
I do
st
think not only in the propaganda, but in the European soul, I think that is a linchpin. Because the devastation of those two wars, or that one civil war, if you want, it was so huge. So the the warfare was completely new with new technology and everything, and I definitely think that left a scar on the European soul, which made us more vulnerable to the propaganda.
Yes, and at the same time, it also made European leaders as a whole much more reluctant about going into Iraq.
Yeah,
Um, that because I mean, Europeans know, even some of the ones who haven't lived through that, they have relatives who did.
yeah,
Uh, I remember listening to talk radio way back when, and there was a Dutch woman on talking about what it was like to hide under her bed while the Netherlands was being bombed.
yeah.
And it still messes me up now, even to bring it up.
Mm,
And I've never yeah, I don't know anything. The closest I've gotten to that is one of my grandfathers being severely traumatized from having been in World War II and the Korean War.
yeah,
He woke up screaming all the time. Um, yeah, so I hate it. I get that sometimes I get that we live on a violent planet and sometimes it's necessary to defend yourself and that you're going to have people who attack you and you have to fight. I get all that. But
mm,
I hate the idea of another war being waged uh, so a handful of barbarians can destroy peoples and make profit.
yeah. Um, the military in Norway is called the defense, and I I can't really see how it is defense to go and fight a war in Iraq and in Afghanistan and Libya. Um, it's not like they were attacking Norway in any way, or Europe for that matter. Um,
Right. I have a friend who thinks that the United States Defense Department should start calling itself the Offense Department.
yeah,
That's what she calls it every time she mentions them. She never says Defense Department. She's got it down to a T. Always says Offense Department,
yeah,
or the Department of Offense.
yeah.
Yeah.
But Norway even had agents active in the Korean War back in the 50s. And we have been involved in every American war since. We had people in place in the Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Really?
Um,
Huh.
yeah, we had a handful of sailors down there doing some covert stuff. So we have been uh, one of the tools that has helped the American war effort, and it's been it hasn't been in the open. It has been hushed down and secret. It was basically our secret services, the military branch of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was people who lived normal lives until they had to go somewhere. And then they went abroad, did their stuff, and came back and lived back as normal again. So, the military history since World War II is very dark, and most people don't know what's been going on, and I'm sure I don't know the half of it. Um, but the role that has been played has been, in my opinion, such a disgrace. Not honorable, not in the European spirit. And I definitely hope we get control back over our countries and over what is done in our name.
Right, right. Well, and like a lot of Americans still don't even know the extent of how much damage our Central Intelligence Agency has done throughout the world,
Yeah,
messing with other people's politics, starting riots, training kill and torture squads. I mean,
yeah,
all kinds of things that any healthy person, white, non-white, whatever, would want nothing to do with.
yeah. I,
And a lot of Americans can't, they don't know why other people hate us. It's because of the stuff that's done in our name, which a lot of us don't even know about.
yeah, I thought the Norwegians were going to have a wake-up call when our prime minister at the time, Jens Stoltenberg, announced that we were going to bomb Libya. And it turned out that um, he hadn't gone through the proper channels for that because he has to have permission from the parliament, and he had basically just strong-arm people on the back end of things over the phone and made deals via text messages, and then just announced that we were going to bomb Libya, and that's against the law.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and
That same crap happens here.
yeah, and I thought people were going to wake up when that happened, and of course, the parliament went behind them fully immediately and everything, and that's not to be expected. But still, you assume the people will start to realize what is going on, and it seems like they just can't face it.
Yeah, yeah, it's difficult to grapple with. I mean, I even find myself now, I mean, I already mentioned that I'm squeamish, but there are a couple issues that get talked about in our sphere and elsewhere where I just can't handle sometimes I just can't handle details
Yeah,
about them, and I have to bow out of chats, or I'll mute the stream but chat with people.
yeah,
I've done that
I know.
as well because I can't handle what's being talked about, or I've just had to bail altogether. Like for me, something that's been very difficult to learn about has been the grooming gang stuff,
Yeah,
because that's one of the biggest reasons why I'm here. And before I heard about that in the UK, I was actually doing advocacy, fundraising, and so forth for girls in Southeast Asia who were being sexually exploited in these prostitution rings.
yeah,
And then when I found out about Rotherham, I mean, it was weird because I mean, my heart broke and still breaks for the Southeastern girls. I care about all human beings doing well. I'm focused on Team Europe more than ever these last couple of years, in part because of Awakened Blood, in part too because I see us as the most vulnerable people right now in many ways.
yeah. We are under attack from all sides, and you help your family first, then you help outsiders. You know?
Right. Well, and I've also spent most of my adult life not helping any causes that were exclusively for white folks in harm's way. I helped some that ended up helping some white people, but I
Yeah,
thought, I thought, I can take some time for my own. And also with Rotherham, when I heard about that, it just shattered all that nonsense I had heard about whites being uniquely safe, uniquely privileged, et
Yeah.
cetera, et cetera. And just the sheer scale of it. And then considering, too, that there are people in power, people in places of public services delivery who are actually more concerned about being called racist than they were about kicking the redacted out of imported child abusers.
Yeah.
Uh, I remember sitting in my office. I remember turning in my chair when I learned about that and just spending a good like 5 minutes split 50-50 between just rage and melancholy. It was surreal. It was, and it's still, that's partly why I attended the last Patriotic Alternative Conference, was because Rotherham was such a big part in getting me here.
Yeah.
It was probably the first thing, other than my sarcastic video I made about fighting by. I made a video. I overheard some people say the West needs more diversity, and I got wondering, well, do other places? So I made a video about exporting 100,000 Swedes to Honduras to help fight Vikingophobia in Central America. Um, so that was one thing that did. But yeah, Rotherham and that whole grooming gang deal, and just all this nonsensical hand wringing and people still being afraid about offending folks, or we're supposed to care about Meghan Markle whining about imaginary racism while she has access to tens of millions of pounds, or some Pakistani politician complaining about people looking at her weird.
Yeah.
Oh, really, girlfriend? I'm sorry. There are hundreds of thousands of girls who have been traumatized for life. I'm sorry you get a nasty look. I'm glad that's being talked about on mainstream media. I'm sorry, I need to back away from the mic. I'm getting heated. Okay, you take a turn.
It doesn't really make sense, all of it. It just ends up in a mess of thoughts, feelings, and opinions that you hold that doesn't really make sense when you start picking them apart. I was really surprised that basically nothing happened when Rotherham broke. Then I was fully expecting the Brits to stand up en masse, and nothing happened. And how that could happen is a combination of several steps that had been taken by those who condone it. There had been basically a hunt for any, this is what I've heard from ex-British policemen, that they basically, if there was even a hint of any kind of racism in any case, then they went all guns blasting for that policeman. Even if it was just something in a notebook that was written in anger, that was never expressed outside of that notebook at all, that person could be fired. So they basically took out all of the strong, mostly men, and on the basis of being racist. So those who are left will, of course, watch their mouth. They don't want to lose their jobs, and then they started bringing in people who were already of that thinking.
Right. Yeah, because clearly that's what needs to be fought, is somebody venting in a private book rather than children getting groomed, brutalized, violated, and sometimes even murdered. Priorities first.
Yeah, and it's also the aspect of those who don't really want to handle anything. Because if they are going to take it seriously, as I think it was someone in the House of Lords or something that Tommy Robinson interviewed, and he said, if they were going to really take this seriously, they have to actually do something. And we might not have as many doers in governmental position, both locally and nationally, that they're not really prepared to do anything. They just want to push a job,
Right. I wonder too, like how much of Britain's not reacting as obviously publicly has to do with the following. I wonder if some of that's because the full scale has yet to come out. I wonder if that's part of it. I also know too, I mean, Britons can also see that on TV, someone could get ruined socially and economically just for complaining about her doctor not speaking English in an English hospital.
Yeah.
Because of all the strict laws against speech, which really makes me admire people like Mark Collett, Not So Obvious, and a couple other British creators and activists who are willing to put themselves out there and just call things as they are.
Yeah.
Not So Obvious. I don't know if you know that gentleman. He did a great video about the full report not being released because it's, quote, not in the public interest.
Yeah.
And he was fantastic. He was just openly talking about, well, we do need this release because we need to start asking ourselves, do we need to start deporting people? We want to know who did this. We want to know where they are, where they're from. And it was just nice to hear him. The Iconoclast has been good about speaking out about this issue too.
Yeah.
And even Tommy Robinson did some good work, even though he's a Zio prostitute.
Yeah, of course. But and give credit where credit is due. He has also done some good work, and I'm not a fan of Tommy at all. But I do recognize this. Can we take a 2-minute break? My based cat wants to get in.
Oh, for sure, your based cat.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's my cat.
Yeah, comment of the conversation award so far goes to my based cat wants to get in.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'll grab a drink and then we'll meet right back.
Yeah. Okay.
My based cat. What's funny is I just noticed I saw your avatar up close and I like how the lynx there looks ready for business with the tongue out and the face is focused as it is.
Yeah, I chose
like the score, girlfriend.
I chose the picture because it's a bit ambivalent about what the lynx is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Is it getting ready to get some prey, or has it finished eating, or is it just washing itself, or
is it waiting on the dessert cake?
Yeah. So it's active. It's just not standing there looking into the camera or something, but it's clearly up to something.
Yeah, well, that's probably why we have you on the show right now, because you're up to many things. So that works out. That works out super well.
Entering some chats on streams definitely has led me down a path I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it's been fun. I've had people who will send me links of videos or what have you that they think I in particular would enjoy. Like people are kind of like gauging like my comments or the content that I make, or they'll send me things to check out, or I'll have a question about something and someone will give me a good resource. And and frankly, some people in our sphere are just hilarious to encounter in chats. There are a lot of funny and witty people in this community.
Yeah,
it's fun to see the side stories that will get going. I remember one time Underhill and JT Smith 101 were talking about trying to coordinate selling the Isle of Wight to an American. And there was this There was this thing going on in chat, like the last 30 minutes of a live stream, and it's them talking. It's like how they're going to put this deal together, what's required.
Well, I love both Underhill and JT Smith. They are wonderful men. I've talked quite a bit with them in the chat, so I'm not that surprised that they could end up in a discussion like that.
Yeah. They've got high hopes. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Those poor people from Hong Kong, though, where would they go if that gets sold to an American? Especially an American who may be as based as your cat.
Yeah, then that could get interesting.
Yeah, I was picturing your cat, and I'm at this image of this cat where you live, and the cat's got a Norwegian flag scarf going on, and it's purring Norwegian nationalist music, and it's great. This rough idea of your cat. If I don't ever get to have the pleasure of meeting you and your based cat in person, I can at least have fun imagining how the cat might operate on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Being as based as it is, I see the cat like trying to talk to other cats about becoming having more pride and solidarity with fellow cats in Norwegian that are from Norway.
Well, she definitely has her in-group.
Oh, she has in-group preference. Ah, I see.
Yeah, she does.
So an extremist kitty. All right.
Yeah, and
don't act like we're not watching, four-legger.
Well, she's quite shy, so she's not that accepting of strangers. And in many cases, she prefers that I give my approval at first. She's fiercely protective of her territory, so other cats can't just come on her territory and do as they like without a fight. So I think that's quite based.
Yeah, kind of like how healthy humans get.
Yeah.
Have you gotten to attend any conferences like PA or anything else like that, like Scansa or anything like that?
I haven't had the chance to do that yet, but I plan on doing it. I was hoping to catch this PA conference, but I couldn't get enough money saved up for the ticket and plane ticket and all of that. So I will cross my fingers for the next one.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I mean, I would just be bummed if I were able to go to this one and I couldn't meet you and some other people. But I mean, I guess I want people to go even if I can't. I'll try not to be that selfish. But yeah, they did an excellent job with the last one. Like 99% of the people there were golden in how they acted, just conscientious, professional, intelligent, everyone looking sharp. People looked healthy. There was some real hope in people's faces too. Which was nice to see because I've seen the light go out on white folks and non-white folks alike, and it isn't pretty.
I watched that from the sidelines with the chats, both on streams and on Telegram. People were so ready to start things in real life, and then boom, the lockdown happened.
Yeah.
I've been watching all of that. It hasn't affected me in that way because I'm in Norway, so it's not like I was locked in my house myself and prevented to start to form a community. So, but I have seen the effects in the British scene with people getting more and more frustrated, and tempers rising a bit, and because people were so ready to start implementing things in real life. And then overnight they were basically locked into their houses, only allowed to go shopping and exercise for an hour a day.
Or welcome non-British people to Great Britain.
Yeah, of course.
The 100-handers was on the money. Pubs closed, borders open, pubs closed,
Yeah.
pubs closed, borders open.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me look that up to make sure I get that exactly right. I'm sure that they're outrageously hateful, extremist, far-right bumpers or sticker. Maybe they've got some bumper stickers. People have. Oh, that's funny. I started to type in Hawaii handers rather than her 100-handers. That's too funny.
Yeah.
I am catching worldwide Europa fever here. All right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Arrests over disgusting racist COVID-19 stickers. Yeah, pubs closed, borders open. Well, those are the facts. I'm sorry that if the truth bothers you, you probably don't belong in the West.
Yeah. What I saw in the British scene was a combination of being throttled with all that energy that didn't have any place to go, and what I assume are the general effects of the lockdown, the mental effects, because what was done to the British people, and of course in other countries as well, is basically what they are doing to prisoners in jail when they are in solitary confinement.
Yeah, it's having those kind of similar mental effects on people.
Yeah, in that, of course, some people have families, so they wouldn't be completely alone. But that's not the case for everyone. You know, there are people who are living alone, and having the only substitute for human contact being through the net isn't enough for everyone. And just the totalitarian feel of it all. And I wonder how many normal people, in particular those who were supportive of the lockdown, did it because they couldn't face the totalitarian nature of it. So they just went along with it because the government is benevolent and all of that.
Yeah, or it'll kick your ass for questioning a narrative if you're not careful.
Yeah, yeah. But it was on VE Day, then people definitely started to show that they had enough, because they were basically just ignoring the lockdown and met up anyway and celebrated VE Day. And it was very shortly after that that I started to open up a bit. And I think that was partially because they realized that they couldn't keep the lid on anymore. I don't actually remember when that was in the timeline with all the rioting starting and
Right.
so-called the peaceful protests.
Yeah.
But it was fairly close together, so I do think they realized that they couldn't keep people locked in their houses anymore.
Yeah, but somehow people could argue that it's okay to stand shoulder to shoulder for protesting. If you're protesting the martyrdom of a non-white criminal, but it's not okay to stand shoulder to shoulder if you have something to say about losing your business and being tired of your friends committing suicide because they don't have the means to survive this crisis. Or if you're pissed because you're noticing that the people ordering you to stay locked down are out going to parties or going to golf tournaments, so on and so forth. Not that I'd want to suggest that there's any kind of a double standard here anywhere.
Oh, definitely not.
Right, yeah, so I'm gonna do a little stretch here. All right.
We actually had some demonstrations in Norway as well, as being the good citizens that we are.
For Bolshevik Lives Matter?
Yeah, we did, and they actually upheld the social distancing in their demonstrations.
Oh, how Northern European. How Northern European. God bless you folks. That's excellent. I'm not thrilled about the support for initial, but the the fact that there's that anecdote within it.
Yeah, talk about keeping to the rules, and the news over here was really concerned about the social distancing and protests in in the UK and in America and everything. I just was listening to that and just went, oh my God, is that the only thing you can think about?
Yeah, well, it really speaks to how people can get swept up in unreality because some people do still have trust in leaders and in institutions and in the media, and they don't know any better or they're scared to step out of line.
It's partly to do with the people as well, because Norwegians are exceptionally conformist. There was this sociological, not experiment, but
study?
Yeah, study that was done on French people and Norwegians. I think it was back in the 70s. And the scientists were astonished of how conformist the Norwegians were compared to the French. Now, everybody knows that the French are a bit rowdy.
Yeah, that's not a fair fight. Come on, people. Like, stacking up the Norwegians to the French.
Well, the French tend to protest basically everything. So, and Norwegians most definitely do not. But we are exceptionally conformists. But the Swedes as well. The Danes a bit less than us. They tend to have a bit more of an opinion on things that doesn't just follow the stream.
Yeah, some of those Danes have been getting a little spicy with their language lately.
Yeah, but the flip side of that is the potential that when we turn as one when we reach a certain tipping point. I would say it was something similar that happened when the immigration started. Of course, there's brainwashing as well, but a tendency to just go along with it. So when the pendulum swings the other way, it will be very fast as one. So
right, that actually bodes well for Norway because if we can get that kind of conformity directed toward a healthy in-group preference.
Yeah.
So Norwegians in a way could get there faster. Despite practicing social distancing for initial. Now suddenly I'm concerned about phrasing after we said what we said earlier, but it's also fun to speak in code too. Sometimes it makes the stuff even louder. I got a non-white friend of mine thinking too. I just asked her. I said, well, I've been told basically my whole adult life that America runs on white privilege, power, and supremacy at every major stratum of society. That being the case, why would such a media make a martyr out of a non-white criminal to the detriment of white property and white lives?
Yeah.
and that's been a light bulb for a couple people. I've done that. I'm like, why would we do that if we're so racially conscious and racially loyalist to one another, and it's whites first, foremost, and forever? That doesn't make any sense to me. And I'll phrase it like, well, I'm confused about this. Like, even though I'm not confused about it, but it just depends on the person.
Yeah.
You have to be very careful. You don't act like I did in the grocery store that one time. But when I'm on my game, which does happen sometimes,
Well, that's good to hear.
I'm still. There might still be hope for me, Lynx. Keep the faith,
Yeah.
sister. But
I
yeah,
will.
yeah, I appreciate that. But most of the time, when I meet up with people and if they make a comment that'll get my attention, I'll go like, oh, this may be someone who's amenable to some of what we're thinking and saying here. There's a gal the other day here in town who works at a diner I really like, and yeah, I made some comment about the 2020 craziness, and we got talking, and she seemed concerned about there being economic unfairness, and I just said a few things, very kind of step by step, building block by building block. And when we got done, I said, well, it sounds to me like you and I aren't so much living in a country as we are in an anti-white economic zone.
Yeah.
And her eyes just started beaming, and I'm like, yeah, that's. But I had to gauge that and be very, very careful. And it was good. It was a non-grocery store missionary moment. So and I found that with most of them. And I found that whites and non-whites alike will take to a lot of it. I mean, I think we need to be professionals. We need to be able to back what we claim. And and then let people say their piece and be where they are. We're all at different stages. We're all learning and relearning things.
Yeah.
But and a lot of our people too. I can say this partly from my own experience. We don't respond well to things like racial epithets, verbal thuggery, people frothing at the mouth all the time.
Yeah.
I would have probably come to this sphere a little bit sooner if I didn't encounter some of that at the front end. But I thought, I'm going to keep researching, keep checking this out, because I check out. This isn't the only sphere I participate in. But initially I was kind of turned off too when I saw people like using dehumanizing language about certain non-white groups, or putting up these cartoons with these exaggerated facial features. On people. I'm like, what? If you want to win, if you want to attract everyday whites, you're not going to bring a lot of them over this way. They just don't respond to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, when I first came across that, in one way it was a bit cathartic, and I think that's the case for most people who post those things. Because we have been made to shut up for so long that when that dam breaks, you kind of have to get it out of your system, and I understand that, and I had a small phase of that myself.
Mm-hmm. So it may just be some people venting and they're not thinking about long. I mean, not that everyone thinks about long-term strategy, but I just know for myself and for other whites, they tend to find that stuff very off-putting. Especially too when people are complaining about being dehumanized as white people in a chat, and then a minute later they're throwing up some dehumanizing caricature of another group. It's just kind of weird.
I didn't do that myself because, as I said, I kept to the shadows, so I didn't comment or stuff like that. But I could giggle on a few comments, for example, from Colin Flaherty's videos.
Right, yeah.
Because some of them can be a bit comical, I have to admit.
I've thrown in some sassy hashtags myself. But I do avoid I don't want the violence thing, and I don't I don't care for racial epithets in a large way
No.
because we're having them directed against us, and it's getting our people wounded and killed because we're not even being
Yeah.
seen as individuals.
Yeah.
And that's probably true. But I can get to like people felt like, well, I've been shut up and criticized and dumped on for years, so I'm just going to go off here.
Yeah.
I guess I get
Uh,
that to some level.
yeah. Most people, I think, maybe not most, but quite a few will have a phase of that.
Hmm.
And there are places where you are allowed to do that, free speech places. I'm not saying the optics is necessarily very good on that, but there are rooms for that if you want to find it.
Have
I don't
have
use,
these places called digital freakout playgrounds for people to just vent when they need to and go off, and then they can go back to being an uncuffed professional in public and so forth.
yeah, maybe. Um, well, I do moderate a few chats on Telegram, and a couple of them are very big on free speech.
Hmm.
So that kind of language do pop up quite regularly. I never use it myself, and uh, it's quite easy to recognize when it's more of a jargon than spouting hatred. Um,
Yeah,
if you understand what I'm saying there, because it's not necessarily coming from a place of anger and hate. Uh, it's just a jargon in a certain circle, and we see that in other circles as well. So I don't really mind that. But when it comes to the comments that are really overflowing with hatred and or anger and all of that, then it definitely becomes off-putting. And for newcomers, it most definitely will put people off because it can be a step too far for many people.
yeah. Well,
Um,
I'm certainly more concerned about our countries getting destroyed than I am about people posting questionable stickers and pictures and cartoons and stuff. I don't. I guess I think so much about like how can we wake up our people the most quickly, the most effectively, and keep them that way.
yeah,
And I mean, and I also like I can sometimes be very cheeky. Like all sometimes when I'm watching a channel like No More News and someone from one of the organizations from God's Only Eternally Innocent, Persecuted, and Powerless Collective. Uh,
hmm,
if they're acting like fifth columns again, I'll type I'll type hashtag always innocent
yeah,
or hashtag the only tragedy that matters. But that certainly doesn't mean that I want people just randomly verbally or physically abusing individuals from that group.
yeah,
That would obviously not be okay, and it's not something I would tolerate seeing if it happened by me. But yeah, so I can kind of get it. I can kind of get it too. So maybe even myself, I'm still only at quasi professional level, like with technology. So
yeah.
I.
Uh, well, I've seen that from the woman's perspective, uh, because so many men on our side are complaining that there's so few women in their circles. Uh, but if you look at many of the stream chats and comments and all of that, it's so much anger towards women. And I definitely get it because men are under direct attack these days. And I don't blame them at all for being angry and all of that. But it won't attract the women because Say that you're a woman and you wake up to the reality of the real rape culture that is being imported every day to our countries. And our natural instinct then is to turn to our own people. And when we see our men reacting very volatile towards us, then we're not going to feel safe with our men. So that will put women off our circles, and many of them will then be left feeling stuck in the middle because they can't go back and they don't feel comfortable in our circles. I will also point out to these women, if any of them are listening to this, that when you get into the circles, I would say the vast majority of the men I've talked to are good men. They aren't that volatile. They aren't so full of anger. Most of them are reasonable men. But they will also call us out when women are being unreasonable. So there can be a bit of stalemate going on a few times, but for the most part, both our men and our women in these circles want to build bridges. We want to find back together,
Right.
so that we can work together again and start families and communities and all of that.
Yeah, and be done with all this artificial warfare that's been stoked between us.
Yeah. I didn't participate in that ever. I have never had any problem with my men because I saw how contrived it all was and how much was down to feminist propaganda, even if I couldn't put it into words at that time necessarily. But I have never been at war with my men, as I said. I have been more frustrated in how we have been pushed into an artificial living, where neither men nor women can reach our full potential, and we are constantly being drawn between different responsibilities. We are in constant competition in the workplace, and we all know the trouble our communities are in, and what part of that comes down to the feminists. And if women will just take a step forward into our circles and approach us, for the most part, you will be met very graciously. As long as you don't attack us, then you will get back in the same coin. More women are getting online now in our circles, and that will help soften the image. And our approach will be different than how many men will do it. We will focus on different things. And we have to hit every note to make a symphony. We can't only hit on 2 or 3 notes, or even just one, because even if there are 2 or 3 topics that are of immense importance, we have to hit on all the notes. We have to create a real community, and for that to happen, we have to focus on different things. Not just politics, not just reactionary videos, not just going into arguments and discussions with leftists and feminists and all of those. we have to make it a comfortable place as well. And my contribution in that has been so far in upholding the rules of the channels I've been moderating as best I can to, to the best of my ability.
Yep, firm and friendly. That's our Lynx.
Yeah, I do my best. And of course, I've made decisions that aren't popular with everyone. I've been called a Castro, a tyrant, bad mob, and stuff like that. But most what I'm trying to do is uphold the rules the channels are putting up. Some are very free speech. Then I just basically have to keep the racial slurs out of the chats. And that can be to protect the channel so they don't get nuked.
Right, and help people find their caps lock button.
Yeah, that is also an advantage.
Oh man, personal projection right there. Disavow. Sorry, go on.
And sometimes I will ask people to behave a little better, but that doesn't mean I'm going to ban them or anything. I just think people can behave. Some people think they can behave just the way they want to and be a little edgelord, and it doesn't necessarily make for a nice chat. Other chats have different rules, and as a moderator, you have to uphold them. It's not necessarily something you agree on yourself. Of course, to a certain degree, you do when you choose to moderate for a channel, but as far as I'm concerned, it's not a responsibility I take lightly or something I will give up lightly. There has to be good reasons for me to step down from that responsibility when I've taken it on. So it's not necessarily my personal opinions I am moderating through. It's the general rules of the channel. That's my job, to uphold the rules and protect the channel.
Right. And some of these creators have already had experience knowing what will help a channel last longer or get deleted more quickly, and they have very specific reasons why they have certain rules. So when people come in and do their whole "what about my free speech" routine, it's like look, the First Amendment was not written inside of a YouTube live stream chat.
No.
You don't have the right to go into someone's house and start smashing up the place and then freak out when the person objects to your actions. That's not the same thing. So I totally get it. I've even had back when I first started to chat, and I've usually just watched shows for a while before I've participated in the chat, or I'll be very careful at the outset. But I've had stuff deleted or moderators tell me like, oh, well, we know that you mean well, but that kind of phrasing could cause problems. I'll go, oh, okay. I mean, I don't want to get the channel in trouble. Or people who will freak out like, why doesn't he name such and such a group the way I would name them? What a cook! And it's like we're not in there. It's like, we know a lot of times who we're talking about. Like I've alluded to multiple groups in this conversation without saying them specifically, and we all know the different groups. And then the folks who don't, just follow more live streams where Lynx moderates, and you'll figure it out. But
I will nudge you gently to the proper line of things. If you slip up, I'm not going to ban you immediately just because of that. I would just remind you of the rules we have, and some of them are pretty obvious. Don't use racial slurs.
Yeah, don't advocate violence.
Yeah, but
Don't
don't glow in the chat, you know.
yeah, don't spam the same message 5 times in 1 minute.
And in caps lock.
Yeah, that's great. You know, I've even noticed some people nowadays, I don't know if they're just delusional, if they're agents or what, but people even putting a Fed post as their username.
Yeah.
I mean, just the most, I mean, someone the other day I saw signing up for a D Live chat, and I just did a double take going, wait, what in the hell? And then someone said, sarcastically, great idea, put the Fed post right in your name. And it was just, I'm not going to repeat what the username was, or it may still be. It was just so awful and so outlandish that I'm
Yeah,
just
some of
thinking,
them can be a bit funny though.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, some of them are very clever, very funny. But this one was just out and out like one of the most violent things you could imagine being in a name.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there are some great names. Like we mentioned, Beer Hall Pooch. That's a fun name.
Mm-hmm.
I like Modernity Leave.
Yeah.
That's another good one. I like FNAT is the new black. Um, uh,
Your own is quite good as well.
oh,
So
thank you kindly. Um, you know, it's worked out kind of weirdly because initially it was obviously conjured as a YouTube special, but it's also
mm,
been one that's unfortunately been applicable to certain so-called alternative media groups who don't like being factually challenged on stuff, and then
yeah.
they'll start flipping out. Like I challenged some things regarding Julian Assange very politely in a
Mm-hmm.
chat. I mean, I was the British part of my Northern European machine was definitely shining in the manners department that day. I want you to know. The
That's
um,
good.
but these people they started flipping out that I would even question Julian Assange, and then when I cited a channel that has the word intelligence in it, someone said that that was proof that I'm CIA. Because I said, if you want to check this out, you can check out Tyranny Unmasked, Vigilante Intelligence, or Activist News, who all document this with video and articles and stuff. And someone said, "Oh yeah, intelligence, yeah," because this is where we're at online. If this person's
Yeah.
being honest or again just delusional or needs to get into a drug rehab program or something, but yeah, that proved I was CIA because I recommended a channel that has the word intelligence in it.
Yeah, well, some smaller circles um, will just flip out and think that everyone's a Fed or a shill or a Jew or whatever.
Yeah,
You know, for some weird reason, you are the enemy. And even if they do have any kind of so-called evidence, it can be very, very weak.
oh
Uh,
yeah, I made a whole video making fun of these bogus exposed videos that prove nothing. I'm gonna do a reboot of it again, but yeah, people who like half the video is, oh, I heard you did this, and I heard you. Oh, you heard? What are you in high school?
yeah,
Oh, you heard? Oh, well, yeah,
yeah,
that's enough evidence for me.
or take a tweet or a comment or something that a person did years ago,
Yeah,
and take that as valid years later because people can change their minds. They can be wrong about things and change accordingly
yeah,
when they
people
find
still make
out.
honest mistakes. They're out there.
Yeah,
You got to sort
the,
them from the rabid
none,
anti-whites.
yeah, none of us are perfect, you know. So that is one reason why this community seems very harsh, and that can turn people off because people are very argumentative and. I see all the time people trying to pick fights or turn someone against a content creator or an activist or something. And for me, it's always that I have to see real evidence, not just conjecture or assuming something about the person or what they feel because they don't say exactly what you want to hear. And that doesn't mean that I have anything that I can disprove their claim. But that's not my job. If they present a claim, they are supposed to prove it. So I basically just follow the evidence as I see it. And of course I can be wrong as well, but you learn as you go. But with more women coming online now, I think that might change a bit. We have 3 wonderful ladies in the States already with, Kiss Kardashian, Burga, and Right Meow. They are streaming together quite often. They focus on chill streams with knitting and sewing and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
We have a more community organization focus on over in Britain. This is why we fight with Jo. She is doing a very good job. I'm coming up with a show that is premiering at September the 6th. That's a Sunday at 8 p.m. UK time. That is 9 p.m. Central European time and 3 p.m. Over at the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
And we will talk about folktales in Europe.
Yeah, we'll definitely put some links in the description too. Y'all look out for that new show that's being discussed here.
Yeah, you are most welcome to come and join us and sit down with a hot nice drink and listen to some stories. And we're going to point out the different themes in them and symbology and where the old myths have translated into later folk tales. Break down the hero's journey. I've even found a hero's journey for women in Norwegian folk tales. So I will have a show on that.
Yeah, Europe's kiddos need heroes and heroines.
Yeah, we do. But the interesting thing, so this is a little teaser for that episode. The interesting thing about those women's heroes' journey, there's 2 stories. So there's 2 women, and in many ways they conform with women's past to heroism that Evola was outlining. There's a wonderful video on that made by Philosophicat.
Oh, she's excellent.
Oh, I love her content.
Yeah, I usually put her in my top 5 when people ask me my current top 5.
Yeah.
She's there. Yeah, she is.
Yeah, mine as well.
She is all kinds of beautiful and all kinds of talented in multiple ways.
Yeah, definitely. She is one of my all-time favorites.
Definitely Hawaii, no question there.
Yeah.
Hawaiian climbing.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And it's so fun to look at the stories with new eyes. And so me and the other lady, Katrina, we are going to just have a chill stream where we, present the stories and pick them apart. So we're going to start with Norwegian and British tales because that's where we come from, respectively. And but we will take a look at the stories from all over Europe. That's our plan, and go into the old sagas and the old myths and perhaps some history. I'm very inspired by archaeologists He's also one of my all-time favorites.
Oh yeah, he's fantastic. His video for Last Message to the West was I think that was in my top 4 when I was voting on that. Yeah, he's so mellow and so nuanced and so intelligent and so convincing with how he does his thing.
And his grasp of the language is just amazing, and he has the most wonderful voice. So I put on his Subverted History series just for the eargasms, basically. Or his sort of podcast that he has on his website. I can just binge on them to just relax and wind down. And it's not that I don't take in the content of the videos, I most certainly do, but the way he does them, what he's saying, how he says it, and I said his voice, all of it just is just something that centers me. So
yeah, and the production value on his stuff's just off the charts. I mean, it's some of the best put together stuff in our sphere.
Oh yeah, he's working on another episode of Subverted History right now, and hopefully it won't be too long in the making. So I'm really looking forward to that. As I said, it's so important that we hit on several notes and not just a limited spectrum of it, because some things will attract some people and repel others. Some people will word things in a way that will make a person listen and or be totally turned off. So we have to have many people making things and a big variety of what people do, but it must also translate into real life. So if you live in a place where the scene is so big that that is happening, like in the UK at the moment, then you also have to, of course, if you're comfortable with it, don't do anything you're not comfortable doing. But, try to make it into something that is grounded in real life. So it's not just, an elaborate fantasy on the internet.
Right. And I think, too, another way we could help things is if you have feedback for someone that you feel impelled to give, especially if it's critical feedback, or if you're concerned about someone, let's do what we can to solve this stuff privately where possible. Like, give that a try a couple times before we start getting online and doing these hour-long streams of accusations and ego tripping and so forth.
I don't follow the infighting at all.
No, I don't even know about some of these current dramas I see talked about in chats. If I even get a hint of that going on, I just click out most of the time, or I just ignore it and just let people say what they need to say. But
honestly, I wish I could, but as a moderator.
Oh yeah. Well, see, that's me. That's me not checking my chat privilege.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've seen people in different spheres, not just this one, when they could have emailed each other and just asked a simple question like, oh, hey, your last video seemed a little off to me, and here's why. I want to make sure that I get it right so that I don't, have an incorrect take or whatever. Oh, no, nope, not even that one step. Get online like, oh, so-and-so's proven himself to be a shill or a fed or a cuck or whatever the hell. And that's why I want to do a reboot of my exposing the exposers whose exposed videos haven't exposed anything. I mean, because there are bad actors out there who do need the public limelight put on them. But if you have an issue with someone, especially someone you've known to be solid for a long time, I mean, give the person the benefit of the doubt. I mean, especially if you call yourself a friend. I mean, call the person, text the person, email. Or if you're new, have a little humility. Don't go after people who've been here for decades and start tripping out your first year on the scene
Yeah.
about legends who have proven time and time again that they consistently go where the evidence takes them and that they consistently care about their people and all people's doing well.
Yeah, and even if you fall out with someone, do you really have to have a public spat about it?
Yeah.
Is that really necessary, or are you going to focus on fighting the enemy, who are the anti-whites?
Hmm.
Or, are you going to fight with people who are in many ways on the same side as you are? Or are you going to actually try to win the war?
Yeah, it's crazy. I had a guy I ended up having to block just because he was so over the top obnoxious. He went out of his way to insult me multiple times in a chat and then wondered why I wasn't responding. Um,
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that's a surprise, dude. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and then I just told him, I told him what I thought, and like, you could have emailed me if you really felt that strongly. Like, do you need to hijack somebody's chat with this
Yeah.
stuff? Like, I mean, if you disliked my video that much, and you thought you had useful feedback for it, I mean, my email was right there in the description. I mean,
Yeah, or
you can just say, hey, dude, I thought your video was off for the following reasons. Don't mean any disrespect. Just want you to do well and want us all to succeed, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah,
Um,
or do some excuse me, some constructive criticism in the comment sections below.
yeah, no,
You
no,
don't have to poison a chat to do that.
yeah. He basically just said, like, why did this suck so much? That's pretty close to what he said. I'm like, what the hell kind of a comment is
Yeah,
is that? I mean, do you want me to start tracking your chats and telling you when you are and aren't witty, when you do and don't make grammatical and proofreading mistakes? And but yeah, he started going off on me, and then he started like harassing moderators and then friends of mine. And I thought, wow, all
mm,
because you got blocked for being a jackass after I was polite to you
yeah,
multiple times. I
yeah.
mean,
I've had people come into new chats and basically allude that they um, managed to get all moderators on their case.
oh, so these people were proactive at the front end.
Yeah, well, basically coming in with the attitude that they hate moderators.
Ah,
Because they tend to get kicked from every stream. So it's
yeah, I got
basically
expelled
like
from
getting
109
kicked.
streams, and it's never my fault.
Yeah, I really don't understand that attitude. In particular, when it's not always just something personal from the mods. They are just there to uphold the rules of the channel.
Mhm.
A Poseidon told of once he lost a guy on Patreon because a friend of his was blocked in the chat.
Ooh,
And, Poseidon just went, what?
yeah,
Is that, instead of just taking it up with me or going to unsubscribe on Patreon? That's a bit weird way to react. But of course, there are also moderators who go a bit rogue.
hmm,
Kiss Kardashian, who I mentioned earlier, she had a moderator that unblocked all the blocked users on her channel.
oh wow, that's a little much.
Yeah. What prompted that? If it was out of the blue or after a fight or something, I have no idea. But
Yeah, the person who
that's
just watched The
madness.
Joker or something. I don't know.
Yeah, uh, that's not how I think at all. At least, if I fall out with someone and break contact, then I break contact. I don't go out of my way to make life a misery for them. That's just childish. I know I grew up a few years ago, so I don't have to do that anymore.
Right.
I didn't actually do that as a child when thinking about it. So I don't know. Maybe I was a grown up when I was a child. I don't know. Or maybe some people just don't grow up.
Yeah, some people, even though they do get the diploma saying they graduated high school, never actually get out of high school. I've certainly
Yeah,
found that here with the aforementioned so-called exposed videos. Uh,
yeah.
I I
Also
actually
with
wasn't
Nordic.
kidding about that one guy, that one video. I've actually seen videos where half of it's just I heard,
Yeah,
like, people actually saying that. I heard you do this.
yeah,
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. Thanks for the evidence, Sherlock Holmes. We appreciate that. Um,
yeah.
yeah, it sounds as though you may have been a more mature spirit along the way, and some of us maybe matured a little bit later. I'd say for myself, I've probably been 50-50, maybe about like challenging narratives and being reflective and thinking things through and stuff like that. But there have been times when I've gotten caught up and saying things that I hadn't investigated first,
Yeah,
um, or uh, or just speaking mechanically without reflecting where it would be
yeah.
necessary. So I've been,
Well, I've been dragged into things as well. Getting very enthusiastic when discovering a new thing, but I usually think twice within 6 months, whatever I'm investigating and getting quite into. I look into it and I can be quite enthusiastic, and then I evaluate. That's just my personality. And I think it's also because I'm a misfit. I don't really fit in. So I'm quite used to being the odd one out and holding the unpopular opinions. So,
yeah, I spent a lot
um,
of high school by myself, actually. There were times I didn't have
yeah,
any friends I regularly hung out with. It was just me at a bench observing humans and thinking about things.
yeah, I'm also an observer. I do prefer to stay on the outskirts and looking in and just watching people.
Yeah, you got to
But
be
how
true to your
they,
name, girlfriend. The
yeah. Sometimes popcorn is needed to on those outskirts and just have a
Right.
looking what's going on.
Yeah, don't underestimate the regular cheddar or caramel popcorn at all.
No, but with that learn comes that you have to learn at an early age that it's okay not to follow the crowd and go your own way. So the lessons are a bit earlier, but it's never too late. So no, if you come to this in your early teens or in your late 60s, it doesn't matter. The point is that you make up your own mind and do what you feel is right. Um, break the conditioning.
Right. Yeah, and to really give people that great experience of coming home, of
Yeah,
coming home to their own people.
yeah,
It was quite transformative for myself to not only go to England, because England's holy ground to me, because I have ancestors on both sides who set out from there 400 something years ago now,
yeah,
or about 400 years. So there was that. But to just actually to be able to fly into England, but to do so with a mindset and a heart focused on a bigger picture than just my most immediate friends and family, but to
yeah,
actually fly into England and to think about the people I was about to see at the conference and elsewhere as part of my extended family, as people that I cared about. I mean, I'd always cared about people doing well, but I didn't know until the last couple of few years about how whites were being targeted, about how much children have been abused on industrial scales in some of our countries,
yeah,
and all that stuff. But just to and to have people be so welcoming. I mean, I even had people there telling me "Welcome home" when I got to
Yeah,
England, and it resonated. I'm like, yeah, this is actually like I have a history and a blood that go back farther than America.
yeah.
Um,
And in these circles, what I keep seeing is people feeling so welcome. Um, they're not lambasted for only waking up when they did. People are welcoming them home. So we're so glad to see you, and you're home now. We have a community, and we stand together, and that is very important. Um,
yeah, indeed. You mess with a Norwegian or an Englishman or an Englishwoman or or someone from the Netherlands, then you're messing with me.
yeah,
Oh,
definitely, and
or anyone if you're messing with any humans. But I mean, I'm gonna stand up for my more immediate family since everyone else does for their more immediate family,
yeah.
and then hopefully we can weed out more problems more quickly throughout Team Human.
Yeah,
That
when
way,
every group is looking out for themselves, I don't have to look out for every group, but I can just look out for my own.
yeah. What a
Um,
crazy concept.
yeah, no,
Ethnic and racial whites being allowed to do that and to
yeah,
not feel guilty or be systemically punished for it. Yeah, and then the Europeans got mad for no good reason. It was the craziest thing. Uh,
yeah,
Nobody saw it coming, just like World War
no,
II. There were no historical there was no meaningful historical phenomena that helped precipitate that just utter disaster for our people and really for humanity at large. Uh,
yeah. And we also have to remember in these circles that we are children of our times.
mhm.
People will have a past that might not be the best. They have made mistakes of various kinds, and they can't undo that. So, is it really necessary to hate on them for making choices that they wouldn't now or wouldn't if they had that information at that time? Um, So, we're not blank slates. We're not perfect people. We have lived lives, made mistakes, and made choices. And we come to this with that experience. And there's no reason to shit on it.
Right. I had to laugh the other day. I was listening to a larger creator, and I kid you not, in this one production, within 1 minute, he said people are so stupid and gullible, and then less than a minute later, he talked about how good the media is at brainwashing people. And I wanted to ask, so which one is it? Like people are so stupid, or the media is so good, or maybe is there a combo? I mean, we've been we've been lied to about so much, or given quasi truth about so much that we've had a lot to fight through.
Yeah,
And then at the same time, we also sometimes even get some bad information and analysis once we get to this sphere by people who are either bad actors or they're just not thorough professionals or uh,
misguided.
right, yeah, they're misguided or yeah. But I mean, as long as people are honest seekers and that they take responsibility where appropriate and they strive to do better. I mean, we really need to be. I think I said this earlier, but I want to say it again. We really need to be patient with ourselves and with our people. If we really want to win, if we really want to recapture our countries and do so in a way where it's long term and it's not just us handling an emergency, but where we
Yeah,
actually get to a new plane of thinking and acting, we really do need to be patient and forgiving with one
yeah,
another. There's a lot of broken homes with our people. There's been a lot of garbage they've imbibed from television and movies. Some of them may have been abused. Uh, the schools have been anti-white, anti-truth for who knows how long. So yeah, I think it's yeah, that's my long way of saying I agree with you, sister.
Yeah, I've been in this full-heartedly for 6 years now, and the most profound thing is how my nihilism that I had earlier has gone away gradually, of course. And it's not just in a straight line. There have been quite black-pilling periods as well. But you have to learn to handle the black pills and not get caught up in the rage of everything. Because most people will go through a stage with a lot of anger when they wake up. But it's important not to get stuck in that, because if you go around being angry at basically everything, it's going to poison your soul. But you can't ignore it either. You have to deal with those emotions and work through them, and then get to more productive actions. And that will take time. And we have to lend a hand where we can. Sometimes you can only say so much to help a person on their way, and they will have to make their own way from there. But the seed you sow then might sprout at a later time, so it might not be a total waste. But the most profound thing for me has been the awakening of my soul in many ways. Going from a place where I felt like there was no use in anything, living in a crazy world I couldn't understand, where people weren't able to think properly, and everything was just a mess, to seeing how that is in many ways down to propaganda and subversion and brainwashing. I actually don't like the word brainwashing, because when you get rid of these lines of thought, you are actually washing your brain from all the filth.
Yeah,
so,
it depends on the kind of soap being used. I follow you.
Yeah. But going from a place where I basically didn't see the point of anything to fighting for my people and for my European brothers and sisters, and trying to find a better way, trying to reseed the culture. That's the goal with the show I'm doing, watering our deeper roots. It gives us a purpose. I have gotten to know so many fantastic people. It has definitely changed my life in every way. I've only started to see the beginning of that change, getting active in the community. I won't go into details, but the changes that are possible ahead is huge. So
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I can't overstate how important it has been to become active, and actually feel that I'm doing something. Even if it's just keeping a chat clean, it's doing something. If it's just making friends, it's doing something. contribute where you can. And people are willing to, ready to welcome you. So, come along.
Yeah, well, yeah, and there's still a lot of our people who they just don't know the information. I mean, sometimes I see people talking as if everyone should already be 5 years into this journey.
Yeah,
There's been so much suppression, censorship, distortion, misinfo, disinfo, and so forth. Some folks just don't know. Like they'll know that Meghan Markle and her people are whining about some nonsense, but they've never heard of what's happened in Telford or Newcastle or Rotherham. Uh,
yeah,
they just don't. But I'll tell you what, when you tell them that, the lights, that's a big one. That's a big one.
yeah.
There's a guy here I do some business with in my town, and he's one of those guys who understands that race is real, that ethnicity is a real thing, but doesn't quite go there in terms of like a more collectivist mindset with white folks like himself.
Hmm.
You could call him an individualist who understands that race is real, would perhaps be the fair way to categorize his current state.
Yeah,
But wow, did he light up when I told him about the grooming and rape gang stuff in the UK.
yeah,
He just was just floored. And like, yeah, it just speaks that people, they just don't know the information. So we need to be careful about calling people cucks or idiots or whatever when there may be a good reason why. I mean, someone could just be new to a chat, or like I was watching this live stream a while back, and it was this gal's first time as a guest on a live stream. And
hmm,
someone asked her the first question, and she got 3 words into it, and people started to freak out in the chat about how she's a moron or a cuck or a sipnat. And I thought, just calm the hell down.
yeah,
Like, this is this woman's first time as a guest on a show, and she hasn't even
yeah,
answered the first question, and you're already doing the whole "I'm more red pilled than thou" uh,
yeah.
routine.
Um,
God, it was so cringe. I mean, as cringe as it is to say so cringe at this point, it's still
yeah,
it was awkward, and I felt horrible for her because she's there. For all we know, she's doing her level best, and she's really trying to
yeah,
get to know a community and learn and all that.
yeah. I know. Uh, the environment in the chat can be quite harsh, as I said. Many in these circles are also quite big on free speech, so they might not be that controlled in that way. But I think the quality streams also have quality chats
Oh, for sure.
for the very most part.
Hmm.
Um, I still see, for example, some quite a bit of anger towards women, for example, in some of the chats I frequent, and I just let that dog lie. Um, uh, because it's not basically no use making the argument again and again and again. But that's 1% of the entire chat, so I don't really mind it. But if that was 99% of the chat, I wouldn't be watching. I did watch a few streams with Red Eyes when they were on YouTube, and I might have been unlucky with those streams. That was one of the some of the few that I caught live. And that they could be quite harsh. So I just ended up not looking at the chat and just listening to Henrik and Lana, because I felt that the chat for those topics were too toxic for me.
Yeah, I've done that myself in a couple of chats where I'll start off and
Yeah,
be like, this isn't the data chat. I'm just going to kick back and take in the info and the analysis.
yeah. Um, and so it varies a bit from show to show, but mostly from channel to channel. So if you see one channel where you don't particularly like the chat, you can find other information in the same category that has a different feel to it. So, don't give up.
Yeah, don't give up. We have diversity in our chats too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to say too, even though I have criticized some things, I want to say too, just because it needs to be said that I have met a lot of people in person, and I've gotten to know people well through chats as well, and
Mhm.
I've even done some personal conversations with people from the sphere outside of an upload or what have you, and
Yeah.
uh, on the whole, very solid people. Uh,
Yeah.
Definitely a group I can believe in, and the people who need to sort out the bad apples, who are more experienced and more qualified in that area than folks like myself, they'll do it.
Yeah.
The ones who've been at this for decades,
Yeah.
uh, they'll do it. I feel very good about Patriotic Alternative. I've gotten to
Yeah.
see Mark Collette in action. I got to meet him, talk with him a number of times. Total gentleman, went out of his way to make me feel welcome. Even when he was on the phone, when he saw me show up, he ran up, shook my hand while he was carrying on a conversation with someone else on the
Yeah.
phone. And yeah, just a great group of people, and it was so inspiring too to see not just all the British people there, but there were folks there supporting from America. There were a couple Americans there. There were people from the Netherlands, people from Belgium,
Mhm.
people from Ireland, and people from France also.
Yeah.
And it was just great to see how Britons were being empowered, and also to see other European peoples watching this take off, and also just letting them know, like letting our British brothers, sisters, and know we love and support the Welsh, the English, and the Scottish and the Irish.
Yeah.
Those of us who know, and that hits home for me too, because that's a lot of my European smoothie.
Yeah.
Uh,
You're just a big smoothie, aren't you? Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. On my best days, I'm a delicious and nutritious Northern European smoothie. It's true.
I'm 100% Scandinavian, so I'm just
Oh, that's
boring.
fantastic. Oh, that's not
A
boring at
plain,
all.
a plain glass of water, perhaps.
Oh,
Clear
disavow.
spring water.
Hey, you watch it with that anti-white stuff, you friendly Viking. Um, no, I'm just kidding. Did you hear about that gal who was lamenting on one of her videos about how she turned out to be 100% Norwegian?
Oh yeah, of course I heard about her.
Oh, poor you, coming from such a beautiful and advanced people. I feel so bad for you.
Oh yeah.
God, I felt awful hearing about. Oh my gosh, she has to be that good in her in her
Yeah,
history and blood. Oh no!
yeah.
Somebody hold her quick.
I honestly don't know how conceived that was, or not if it was real. Because I do suspect that quite a few videos like that are they put on a show. I saw one from England, from London, uh, where this immigrant dude had four of his friends do DNA test, and all of them were immigrants from Northern Africa and the Middle East.
Hmm.
And their reactions were a bit interesting. Let's put it that way. There was one Moroccan guy who was, I think it was 3% Spanish. So, oh, I'm Spanish.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the exact cutoff is, but I'm pretty sure you're not Spanish if you're just 3%.
Yeah, and one had, I think, 1.3% Irish in his blood. So he was going to use that if anyone told him to leave England.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that means that he pretty much built Dublin single-handedly if he's got
Oh, yeah.
1.3% Irish.
Yeah, best claim in the land for for that.
That's as idiotic as
Um,
Americans here who try to call themselves Irish, who are like 25% at best. They have no accent whatsoever. They know nothing about Irish history.
Yeah.
but they pound their breastplates and say that they're Irish.
Yeah, there was also one woman who made a big point of one group within certain small group, but totally ignored the much larger part from an undergroup within that group.
Oh, Chechen, I gotcha.
Yeah, so she focused on I think was 1 point something percent versus 25%.
Right, yeah, because that's what
of
it.
of a certain contingent group. That can be a bit trouble causers at times.
Yeah,
So
hashtag tropes are sometimes truths.
yeah.
Uh,
Their reactions were pretty contrived, in my opinion, and I've seen the same with European people or Americans, whites from all over the world.
I don't know why anyone would give his or her DNA to a corporate CEO, especially one who's related to them tubes Susan W.
Yeah,
I just don't follow. But it just also speaks to that family history in different groups hasn't been passed on either, so people don't even know from what wellspring they come.
yeah. We did family research on my mother's side,
That's a
and
crazy idea.
yeah,
Yeah.
took it back for as long as we could with the
Right.
records. We've stayed pretty much put um, in one region until my grandparents moved in the 50s.
Yeah, so yeah, y'all sound pretty Hawaiian, pretty Norwegian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have blood from 3 different parts of Norway, so I'm diverse enough, I think.
yeah. And this Norwegian gal apparently did 2 videos. One freaking out about being 100% Norwegian, as if that's a problem.
Mhm.
And then uh, and then she did another one where she couldn't figure out why other people had a problem with her freaking out about being only Norwegian. I haven't watched the videos. I've just heard about them from other content creators and so forth, activists,
Yeah,
chatters.
I hadn't heard of the second one, but that sounds pretty typical. We had this horrible murder a couple of years ago uh, involving Afghani refugees, where one basically went crazy and killed a couple of other Afghanis and wounded a third.
Jeez.
Yeah. So this guy from the sociology department in Trondheim, this all happened in Trondheim. He did an interview with an alternative newspaper,
Hmm.
saying that we shouldn't be surprised of this happening because of the Afghani culture and uh, the unstableness in that country for a very long time. So many of them will have a very violent upbringing and all of that. It's basically what they claim to get asylum.
Well, yeah,
And
they've had to watch their country get bombed so that the CIA can run drugs. I
yeah,
mean,
of course
stop bombing those poor people for redacted sake.
of course that's going to affect people negatively. That goes without saying. And there are certain aspects of the cultures there that, for our eyes, isn't very healthy. I'm not
Hmm.
saying, oh, they are bad people or anything like that. They
No, they're
can do
just
what they
different.
want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a need to change anybody's culture.
No, you're way too
Um,
busy. You got too much
yeah,
going on.
yeah, I am.
You got chats to mod and people to save.
Yeah, but you know that will also affect situations like this. Uh, he got so much pushback on that. It created a mini scandal. He was brought in on the carpet in his department, and they were pressured to disavow him, and you know, the same old thing.
Yeah.
Then it always happens.
Yeah, disavowed for addressing reality in hopes that things will improve. That was his crime.
Yeah, and then the trial came along, and his defense was basically that he had had a very violent upbringing, both domestically and in a war zone, and you know he wasn't really responsible for it, and blah 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 blah. Basically saying all of the points that the sociologist brought up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's they always do that.
Yeah, sorry about your upbringing, but you don't get to wound and murder people.
Yeah.
Especially in someone else's country.
Yeah.
And even if they're not natives to that country, we don't. Yeah.
We don't like that behavior here. But the funny part of that story was that the first year student in the sociology department went total social justice warrior on us, and coined an open letter where they thought he should be punished because he was stigmatizing all immigrants and blah 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 blah. And when they signed the letter, all of those with immigrant background was on the top of the signatures, and every Norwegian at the bottom. And they got slaughtered on the social media and comments doing that. People just weren't having it, just pointing out how silly their arguments were. So then they coined another letter complaining about the slaughter in social media. So they only got ridiculed even more doing that.
Fast learners.
So they didn't coin a third letter, so it appears they learned their lesson.
Yeah.
But it definitely shows that the outrage culture isn't that strong in Norway, not on that level yet. So there's still a bit of sense in the Norwegians, I would say.
Right. And I think even some people who do participate in this outrage stuff, I think some of them are doing it at some level just because they want to protect or aggrandize themselves. But
Yeah.
I think a lot of us, we just have our breaking points occur at different stages. And I also think too that people are more aware and more fed up than they're letting on online. In a lot of ways, just based off some comments I hear, and also just based off how careful we have to be in so many of our countries. But I will say, as an outsider looking at Scandinavia, for me, knowing what I know about Sweden, which for a stretch there was Europe's most peaceful country, I mean, they really built something special there, economically, socially, and so forth. I mean, to see it go from that to turn into just a few years a place where there are 100 explosion attacks in a year, rape triples. I mean, are we talking about Sweden? I mean, this was a place where nothing happened other than perhaps overdone politeness, maybe, like Swedes could be faulted on, or something like that, or maybe being a little bit too conformist, or I don't know. Again, I'm speaking as an outsider, and I'm speaking as someone who loves the Swedes, obviously, or at least it should be obvious. I don't want any drama between Vikings and Americans. But to see, I mean, when we were watching international news when I was growing up, you never heard about You never heard about gun crime in Sweden or hand grenades getting thrown in public or
No,
mass rape or any of that stuff.
the thing is that weapons are imported from the Balkans into Sweden. Of course, they get into Norway as well with that route. But it's at the level that the gangs are making a gun purchase and they get hand grenades on the sale thrown in there as a perk.
Jeez. And
That's
again, we're
pretty
talking about our
bad.
Sweden. We're talking about
Yeah,
one of the most accomplished. It just breaks my heart. I mean, to see what's happened there in such a short period of time. I mean, it's even gotten to where Swedish people, or perhaps my fellow Vikings, they're covering up Christian crosses on churches because newcomers are complaining.
yeah,
Like, hello, you're in Sweden. This is a
yeah,
place that has a rich Christian and a rich pagan history.
yeah.
I wouldn't dream of
Melting
going to the
the
Middle East and saying, yo, cool it with this Islamic stuff. Like,
yeah, and melting down Viking artifacts because apparently they don't have anywhere to store it. It's
wait, that's actually happened? They've melted
yeah,
down? Oh, that's,
yeah. They had I think he might have been an Arab or something. I don't quite remember his origin, but he's an immigrant and was placed as Minister of Culture.
oh, right. Yeah, because a Swede would be allowed to be the Minister of Culture in Saudi Arabia, so fair is fair.
Yeah, we are actually on our second Minister of Culture with an immigrant background. Both of them of Pakistani heritage.
Well, those are the only people who know Norway better than Norwegians, actually, so
Oh
that's lucky.
yeah.
That,
We had a discovery up in Trondheim of a horg, one of the sacred places from the pagan times. It was deliberately buried when Christianity prevailed in Nidaros, the old name for that region.
mhm.
And it included a stone circle. I'm not so sure it was, I don't think it was to the level of Stonehenge or anything, but it's the only horg that has been found in Norway. There have found a few in Sweden. And the archaeologist went in and made a preliminary excavation. Then they continued building the houses on top of it. After the authorities gave their okay. The thing is, they didn't have to make big changes to keep that site intact, even make it a tourist attraction, and make it part of that neighborhood they were building. They just leveled it to the ground. As you can hear, I am very angry about that.
Yeah, I'm getting upset
Um,
myself.
yeah, and for me, it's hard to ignore that this was a time where we had a Pakistani Ministry of Culture. I'm not saying that a Norwegian one would have set a foot down, but it brings it to a different level because it becomes so apparently anti-Norwegian in this case,
Yeah.
anti-white in general, the wiping out of our history. Of unique sites that we might never find anything like it again.
Yeah, being done by people who are non-white. I mean,
Yeah,
no healthy Pakistani man or woman would accept someone who looks like myself becoming any kind of a federal minister in that country.
no,
Nor would I expect them to. In fact, if I heard about that, I would be opposed to that. That's ridiculous. That's and it,
yeah,
yeah. I mean, if it if it wasn't okay for yesterday's European empires to mess in the affairs of non-white countries, then it's not okay in the reverse. And
Yeah.
the lack of intellectual and ethical consistency, to say nothing of the fact too that not all of our European countries had empires. I mean, people talk as if we all got together as millions of Europeans on the same page. And by the way, we were perfectly fine with fighting each other about religious and ideological differences. We didn't need imported chaos or violence.
No.
We already know how to bicker and fight with each other. We're good.
Yeah. We're very good at that.
Yeah, we got it
In
down.
the
If you
in the
want Americans trash talking Canadians, we got that. If you want Hungarians or Romanians punching it out, we got that. If you want the Danes and
uh,
the Swedes fighting, we got that. We
yeah, us Scandinavians are really the king of the hill when it comes to infighting in our own little group, because no one has fought each other as much as we have of all the Europeans. So
Yeah, it's like you folks think you know infighting. You need to point your way
yeah,
northward. We got this.
yeah.
What do you think about some of the folks who are advocating for a united Scandinavia? Uh, what do you think of that idea? Are you very familiar with
Um,
that?
yeah, I've heard about it.
What are your
I
thoughts on
haven't
that?
looked that much into it. I'm Norwegian. I can't be Scandinavian. That's secondary. I'm Norwegian from the day I was conceived to the day I die.
Right.
Um,
Maybe it could be
uh,
a thing like an actual European Union where we don't lose the individual deals, or that could be a stepping stone to a real European Union, Scandinavian Union.
yeah, uh, I don't mind Scandinavia and going together with Finland and Iceland, for example,
Hmm.
to form a negotiation bloc where we stand together, because we can quite easily be overwhelmed by other countries, mainland Europe or Asia or wherever.
Right.
So I don't mind a union in that sense, to gain more leverage on the discussion table. But I don't want to have common rules between all of our countries. I don't want us to merge together. As I said, I'm Norwegian. I'm not Scandinavian. Um,
Right, I feel the same way. Like I'm a racial loyalist, and I'm also ethnically American. And although I'm for certain kinds of agreements that would go across countries,
mm,
I don't want there to cease being a pre-1965 American identity. Um,
mm,
and home is where we first fight. Yeah, I was thinking a Scandinavian union, like a European union. We were talking about where we have people united on certain fronts and certain agreements, but we still honor the ethnic identities and our different
yeah.
histories and cultures and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can get behind that, as long as it's kept in check. But unions like that always have to be. That was how Norway came under Denmark back in the day,
Mm,
with entering the Kalmar Union with Sweden, Denmark, and Norway.
right,
Then Sweden broke loose, and Norway tried several times, and then in the 1500s, Denmark basically just took over. Before that, we had our own elites, our own officials, and they had to give permission for reprieves and everything, and then they were fought down, and we became a vassal state to Denmark. So with that history, I'm very aware of the dangers of those unions.
right.
So it will definitely have to be kept in check. Um, but if that can be done, then I am not against it per se. I'm just a bit skeptical, at least these days, because I don't trust politicians.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, and this would also be more of an idea that comes about once we've got more of our people awakened and with healthier mindsets,
Yeah, of
and we're
course.
really looking long term within their own countries and then across our countries. I mean, even some of this could be as simple as once we recapture what's ours, it could be something, just a couple different international treaties we have with our different countries.
Yeah,
Like Scandinavia agrees on this kind of trade between the countries, but that doesn't mean you want like Norwegians and Swedes and Finns like flooding into countries that they're not from, or just total chaos along the borders, or anything like
yeah,
that. Yeah, for
yeah. Well, that is illustrated with the problems with the Schengen deal. That most of the EU countries are adhering to, and including Norway, even though we're not in the union,
hmm
because it basically takes away all the internal borders within Europe. So that's the pipeline from Balkan into Sweden and then Norway, for example, with weapons, because there are no checks.
yeah, jeez.
It's just madness.
Well, and the fact that that doesn't get corrected immediately just shows how little
Yeah,
control we have over our own homelands right now. I mean,
yeah,
patriotic people.
yeah.
Um,
So, that kind of deals don't work, but um, being a united front on external matters, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I like Sir Oswald Mosley's vision. I listened to his speech, Europe a Nation, and
Hmm.
I would phrase it more Europe a country, because when I hear nation, I think more of the actual people. I'd like to say country separate from nation and just use nation for when I'm talking about people nowadays.
Hmm.
But he had that too, and he stressed too. He said, "Now when I say Europe a country, pardon me, Sir Mosley, I'm going to say country. No disrespect, my man. My man. I'd never talk to him like that. Uh, but when he outlines his vision, he's very clear. He's saying, "Look, I'm not saying that we're going to suddenly like have Frenchmen becoming Englishmen or vice versa, or give up our borders or our unique identities." He said that would be ridiculous. He said you couldn't turn a Frenchman into an Englishman in a century or vice versa.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I totally get that. It'd be something similar here too. Like if America and Canada, when we get healthy again, we would just I don't know, it could be a building block thing where we first start to do it regionally, and we begin to trust each other, and we know that our people are actually in control,
yeah.
and we no longer have Africans winning Miss Finland. We
Hmm.
no longer have Pakistani Scandinavians as cultural ministers.
Yeah,
We believe that kind of. I mean, I'm open to whatever has our people do well, whatever augurs the best chance of our kiddos in the future enjoying relatively uh, safe and peaceful and prosperous countries. Uh,
yeah. I'm personally a bit more focused on, what I want to help to build is the moral structure and the vision and the more esoteric sides.
mhm.
Um, because if do you remember the description from Archaeologos he had on the Scythians and the
uh,
old Germanics?
yes, I do remember that. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that is more of the goal I want to see our people take their direction in.
Okay.
Being fiercely immaterialistic. They are not swayed by the marketplace. They are honorable, so they lead by example. They don't force people.
hmm
Um, Even if they do have to go to war and gain a military victory, they look after their enemy. Afterwards, they don't dominate. They had a position where they, even though they were feared because they were, and rightly so, because they were highly proficient warriors, they didn't go to war needlessly. And they were also universally respected because they behaved very good. They had a very sound moral ground that everything was based on. So that is what I want to cultivate.
Yeah, that kind of speaks too to, I know during the American Revolution, uh, soldiers on the revolutionary side would get shot for certain infractions if they misbehaved or broke against already agreed upon soldier etiquette
Yeah,
and things of that nature. And yeah, for sure, we seek conflict with none, and we also have every right to defend ourselves. But again, I mean, I got into this in part in a big way because part of my background includes being a public-facing peace advocate and trying to expose ravenous warmongers and
yeah,
bogus militaristic narratives and so forth. And to me, this is just a natural extension of not wanting there to be. I mean, in a world that's already so dark and chaotic so often, we need not manufacture extra conflict. Life already comes with that. We're good.
yeah, yeah,
We don't need to get. I mean, we've even seen like in some of these refugee camps, you're even seeing some of these groups turn against each other. Like some of the Muslims will beat up other Muslims for not being fundamentalist enough. Uh,
Well, earlier this year when there was something, Turkey was starting to acting up um, with the Kurds, including within Syria and everything when they started to go in there. We had an actual battle in Oslo between Turks and Kurds,
mhm.
and the police were hardly able to get them under control.
Yeah,
So they come here and continue their own infighting, not infighting, but between their own groups and our group. So it just becomes a miasma of different groups fighting each other and then banding together to fight other groups, and it just becomes complete chaos.
right. And this idea that somehow like all non-white groups are automatically going to be united with each other or united against white people is just it's just nonsense. I mean, I mean,
But to a certain point, they can, but that doesn't mean they are a unified group.
no, not at all. I mean, it's difficult enough for there to be unity within an ethnicity, and then it's even more difficult to do it within a race. But then when you start getting completely different races and religions together, I mean, it's just nuts. I mean, like you see it with Shia fighting Sunni, see it with certainly see it with Mexicans and blacks here in the States.
Hmm.
There's a lot of animosity between those two groups.
Yeah,
But it's almost as if they're different from each other.
yeah, imagine that a non-white being not being in one uniform group. Um, it sounds like they're being basically just grouped because of what they don't have, that is European ancestry, by the left and
Yeah,
the liberals and everything. So it's really disrespectful to them, I think. Ignoring their groups. It's really disrespectful for us to claim that they should take on our identity without considering what they want to do. And I do feel for the immigrants who are up in the middle, growing up hearing all of their lives that they are just as Norwegian as we are because now they are living here and all of that. And clearly they're not. That must be confusing for them as well. I don't think it's the right thing to do.
No, it's not. It's disrespectful. I mean, the idea of like, say that you line up a Hungarian man and a Nigerian man, and you just tell them, "Hey, look, you guys may look different, but you're basically 100% interchangeable." That's just disrespectful to both, and I would expect men from both areas to recoil at that.
Say for the sake of argument that I moved over to England, for example. For them to then claim that I'm no longer Norwegian, that's madness, that's insulting.
Yeah. Speaking of denying history,
Yeah.
yeah, it is. I mean, it's just like when I went to England, even if I were to move there, I mean, I would for sure get along better in a homogenous England than I would in, say, a Middle Eastern or African country, because I have more in common. But I would never be English. I mean, it's not only provable in my DNA.
Yeah.
I just know it. I mean, I'm American. My family's been here for ever since the 1600s. There are things that are different about America and England, and that's perfectly fine. But yeah, I wouldn't show
Yeah.
up and be like, oh yeah, I took a job in England, worked there for a year, just as English as Beer Hall Pooch. Just as English as Mark Collette, just as English as JT Smith 101. I mean,
Yeah.
it's disrespectful to all involved.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't really have words for it because I think it's so sinister.
Yeah, well, it's dehumanizing.
Yeah, for all parts.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I could
Yeah.
just imagine going to a country. I probably get like, I mean, people try to pretend that it's somehow normal for like a non-Irish woman in Ireland to win some pageant, and that there's nothing weird about that. But
Yeah.
but like if I were to go to Egypt and win Mr. Egypt or something like that, and then I mean, there would be outrage. I mean, I probably wouldn't be let into the contest for one, even if I had lived there for years.
Yeah, it's like when France won the soccer.
World Cup?
Yeah, and there was no Frenchman on the team.
Yeah, there were just a couple. I remember the picture of the starters, and half of them were non-French.
I think it was more than that. I think it was the entire team
Oh,
because it was celebrated that the entire team were diverse.
oh yeah, they were. There were some actual Frenchmen who were starters, but yeah, but even their starting crew was like 50% or more African. Like,
Yeah, it was so it was basically touted in media. This is what happens with diversity. We win the World Cup in soccer.
France has won other World Cups being less diverse, so that argument doesn't stand
Yeah,
up.
yeah, and it wasn't very much French about that team. And in the celebrations, the immigrants started to riot
Well, that's a
in
great way to
several
say
cities.
thanks to your host country that's housing you and feeding you and letting you play on its sports teams.
Yeah, well, it's so foreign to me. You win a soccer match. So you set the city on fire.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, why not go out for dinner and drinks? I don't quite
Yeah,
understand the whole like, hey, great, we won something. Let's have a get together. Like, you know what? You know what, Carl, instead of getting together and having a civilized and fun dinner, how about we just start setting cars and buildings on fire? Does that sound like a hoot?
Yeah, I actually remember Norway winning against Brazil. Um, and while there was partying in Oslo, um, we didn't set the city on fire.
Thank goodness, because Norway's gorgeous.
Yeah,
I don't want that to happen. I've seen pictures of both the cities and the countryside. I don't want that catching fire.
no. We have our architectural problems, of course, like everyone else, in particular with the modern architecture. But
Oh God, modern art and architecture is
uh,
vomitorious eruptus. Ugh.
yeah, uh, at the pier in Oslo now, they are building. I think it's supposed to become the National Museum, and it's basically just a black box.
Oh yeah, how inviting. Uh,
Yeah, I know. It really doesn't fit in where it's placed. So it's just ugly basically. So
I went into a modern art in quotes museum here in the States with a left-leaning friend of mine, and there was actually a large room dedicated solely to a rubber chicken sitting on a beer can,
oh,
and uh, and the other art in there didn't get much better. Uh, there
we
were.
ha- we,
I'm
we
sorry.
had a museum. We had a museum where one of the staff each morning had to eat a banana and throw the peel on the floor.
As part of the art.
That was the art, a banana peel on the floor.
Yeah, that is a breathtaking breakthrough in artistic creation.
That is stunning and brave.
Yeah, watch out, Sistine Chapel. Here comes the banana peel throw.
Yeah.
Uh, Yeah, well, when we walked out of this museum, which thankfully wasn't one of the modern, I've been into two modern art museums, and the first time I went in, there was some stuff that was just outright disgusting.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the second trip wasn't like that, but it was just boring, inane, one-dimensional, as if little to no thought or work went into it. And when we got done with the tour, the first thing she said to me was, "Well, that wasn't much, was it?"
Yeah.
I'm like,
Uh,
yeah.
we we had a series of modern art being placed side by side with Edward Munch. The guy who painted Scream.
Hmm.
That is his most famous painting. Um, one of though one of those exhibitions was a series of photographs. Um, and the models were very, very young, pretty boys, almost preteens, with halfway erections.
What?
Nude. They were nudes. So if their penises had been fully erected, it would have been considered porn. But as they wasn't fully erected, it was okay. And they were put on the wall side by side with our most famous artists in the National Gallery.
That's
That's sick.
disgusting.
That's sick.
Yeah, that's
That's bordering on child pornography, in my opinion.
yeah. I'm thinking child pornography, child endangerment,
Yeah,
and then just a general redacted for awful taste in public.
yeah, and sexualization of our children and
Hmm.
degeneracy, and the list goes on and on. And I don't have words basically for how angry that makes me.
Yeah, I get you on that. I found out the other day from a friend of mine that uh, there's a museum in California that allows just horrible artwork to go up for this convention. But the argument is that just that because it's artwork, it's legal and it's expression. Even though it's artwork that involves children in scenes, I'm not going to repeat the descriptions that I got from my friend. I'm not interested in putting that out in the atmosphere. But people, yeah, and it was just horrifying what she was describing, and I thought, wow, this is considered free speech, as if America's political founders were sitting down and their concern wasn't people giving their socio-political opinions. It was about promoting the most violent and pornographic content possible in the public square.
Yeah, they have gone totally overboard with the sexualization, and as planned, they are now trying to normalize pedophilia.
Yeah.
It's been documented both in America and in Sweden that I know of, that the gay lobby was planning on normalizing pedophilia back in the 60s and 70s when they really started to get going. And I'm not saying that every gay person is behind that, of course not. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, but the ones who matter as far as movers and shakers go, that's the issue here.
Yeah, the lobby is down and behind that. And when you look at the Pride people now in Sweden, the vast majority of all the organizers and leaders in the different places have been convicted for child molestations and child pornography and all of those things.
When we recapture our destiny, those folks aren't getting out of prison. In prison if they're lucky.
When they go to prison, it won't be a cushy prison like we have now. So
no, I'm totally for them receiving unbelievably unprecedented accommodations, and we'll leave it at that for now.
I'll make no other comment that all of that will take place in Minecraft.
When Lynx in the Shadows regains control of Minecraft. But I mean,
watch out.
It's astounding because we've had versions of that here in the States. In fact, two things about that. I've actually I've known some. Hold on a second. My words are crashing together. Let me take a moment. Okay, and he's back. I have known people over the years who have criticized pride parades, and they've always been gay or bisexual people. And one of the criticisms that's been made is these folks, these LGBT folks who are not organizers, who are not freak shows, say that they don't understand how people really expect to build bridges when they're committing public sex acts where people's families are with children. And I was amazed because I didn't know that was even going on. I was so sheltered growing up that I didn't even know until I was in my teens that gay meant something other than happy, or it could mean something other than happy. So so like I said, all of our people, they're on their different journeys and learning as they go.
Definitely. I know some gay people, and we came into a discussion just briefly about the Pride Parade, because it was quite close to that time.
Mm-hmm.
And and these two, I'm sure they have checked out that environment. As young gay people, I would suspect that they will. Not out of degeneracy necessarily, but because they want a community. And what both of them said was that Pride was mainly about the after parties. And you can imagine what goes on in those after parties. So it had basically very little to do with any activism or achieving anything, but from the vast majority of the gays who are participating, it was about having fun after.
Yeah, it was nothing about bridging gaps or building
No.
understanding or I mean we've had here with the drag queen story hour nonsense where it's come out that we've got one I know of at least one convicted pedophile who's involved in the upper echelons. Also, people have been convicted for child molestation, and then there have been people who have even flashed the children or inappropriately touched them or encouraged them to inappropriately touch them, and they haven't been
Yeah.
punished. And then we have the state police in some areas keeping concerned parents, concerned citizens away at gunpoint while this crap's going on in libraries here.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, state power
Is it?
being used to keep away civilized, insane adults from children who are being exposed to highly sexualized adults.
Are the children being brought there through school or by the parents?
I think some of it's from parents who are trying to show that they're tolerant and progressive.
Yeah.
Some of it, I believe, it's organized through groups, if I
Yeah.
recall correctly. I just picked up bits and pieces. That's an area where I haven't done a whole lot of study, in part because it involves children in harm's way, and sometimes I don't
Yeah.
always. Yeah, it's
I can't look into that either. Not deeply, because it's too disgusting. It's too evil.
No, if I or any people like me had power, that kind of stuff would be shut down countrywide
Yeah.
immediately.
And it's definitely a good point to make homeschooling great again.
Yeah, make home. That's Mahaga. Make homeschooling great again.
Yeah. That's something I'm quite big on myself.
Was that legal in Norway?
Up to 12 years old, then you have to put them into school.
Oh yeah, well
But,
those but getting those at least those first 6 years, all the early years, that's key.
Yeah, we can homeschool for the first 7 years of their education, so at least we are able to give them a firm grounding, and if you don't send them to childcare as well,
Right.
then you have them for the first 12 years. And I never liked daycare, so I could never imagine a life as a working mother. So having my children with me has always been very important to me. And a condition actually to have children with a mom has been to being able to stay at home with them.
Yeah, it's been proven for the longest time that families where the man works full time and the woman stays at home with the children, those kiddos tend to do the best at staying out of things like promiscuity and crime and drug use, and now suddenly people want to radically reorient that. They think they're going to take millennia of tradition.
Yeah, and it also stabilizes the family, because when both parents are working and the children are in daycare, every single member of that family comes home and is exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
That creates fighting, over chores, and the kids are acting up because they are overtired, and I do think that can be a source for many divorces. I know that women get a lot of flack for being the majority who initiates the divorce, but I don't think there's any statistics on why they do it. That can be for various reasons,
Hmm.
including being selfish and just a bitch,
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
because I'm not going to hide that under the chair that there are plenty of bitches out there.
Yep. And we dudes
Um,
have some bastards in our ranks too.
yeah, I've known several women who have taken out a divorce after their husband have been cheating on them or being violent. So we have our bad men as well.
Hmm.
Um, But I would think that the majority are more innocent causes, like family life that just doesn't work. And that can be because of both parents working and it just being too much. So you just end up being tired and fighting. And if it's a mixed family, with my kids, your kids, and our kids, that can create a lot of fighting. So,
Yeah. Interracial marriages
yeah,
with
that as well.
with and without children have a higher
Hmm.
divorce rate. Last I looked into that issue,
Yeah,
and I mean we've shown for the longest time, despite some of its problems, that men going out and being the fighters and the providers, and women nurturing and protecting the home front while the men are away, that is proven successful. No other model, well, was even tried until recently, and people think that they're going to come in after millennia of this successful practice and just overturn it in a generation or two with fancy slogans. And of course, some of them we know that it isn't about the slogans. There's a more sinister agenda at play. But the true believers
yeah,
who get caught up in this stuff are like, oh yeah, nature and history. Well, I see your millennia, and I raise you my 24 years on this planet. So what do you think of that?
yeah.
Uh,
One aspect I see quite a few ignore is how much life has changed since the Industrial Revolution. Before that, each family was basically a business. You had a farm, or you maybe you ran a business, maybe you had an inn, or you were a cobbler or something. And the wife didn't sit by the fireplace doing needlework and or making food while pumping out the baby.
mm-hmm.
Everyone had their chores. Everyone was giving a hand to making the family survive. Skeletons from the Middle Ages in Norway, they show an equal amount of wear and tear on the skeleton as men. So everyone uh, had to pull their share to their ability. Of course, they didn't do the same chores and everything, but women worked. Women have always worked.
Well, yeah,
But
it's a lot of work to raise kiddos. It's,
yeah, or try doing all of the laundry, including the bed linen and everything by hand. And you have to go get the water. You have to heat the water. You then wash it all by hand and then rinse it all by hand. That's hard work, and that takes time. Um, and then the industrialization also came for the women, with food being manufactured, so you can just buy it. Machines taking over several chores. So I do think many of our women had the urge to still work, to still contribute to the family as they always had. You know, so it wasn't
yes.
just I want to be the same as a man, but I think many of them started to feel useless because they were basically taking out of their work. where they would spend hours doing the laundry. Now they can just put it in a machine and press a few buttons, and then they don't have to do anything for 2 hours. We get bored. We want to do stuff. We don't want to hang around just all the day. And I'm not at all downplaying the role of housewives today. It is hard work still, but we used to do more.
Right. Well, maybe now the ladies who are housewives in this more modern technological world could spend more time brainwashing their children to love themselves and love their people,
Yeah,
and to ensure that their reading, writing, and arithmetic are all in order.
yeah. We can educate ourselves so that we can educate our children. We can start, for example, making clothes and sell that. So we grow the local businesses and the local economy. And we can all do this from home
Hmm.
when the children are old enough to focus on their schoolwork while the mother is sewing some clothes and being at hand, of course. And perhaps taking up some work outside the home when the children are older still. Approaching their teens and don't need that much supervision anymore. But you can focus on the family first and then go out and work. You don't have to first get a degree and then get a job and then work your way up. And then, oh, maybe I want to have some children. Oh, maybe it's too late,
Right. Right. Or thinking that they can balance a 40-hour work week with the 40-hour mom week and still be sane and healthy after even a year
Yeah.
of that.
And with both men and women, I think it's important to that we start to focus early on in a relationship. What are we after? What do you want? Is
Mhm.
this a man or a woman you want to spend the rest of your life with? Are you on the same page when it comes to family and children and how to raise them and everything? Take those conversations earlier. Be serious. Don't wait over a year or several years. There are plenty of men and women who have been in long-term relationships, and the thought of having children have, for some reason or another, been postponed all the time, and then their partner comes, oh, I don't really want kids, I don't really want this, I'm not really comfortable, and then it's most harmful for women
Mhm.
when they suddenly find themselves at 35, newly single, and then have to, heal from that and find a new man and then start a family. They might not have the time for that, and that might not be their fault.
Right, right, and then you get into the greater likelihood of health issues for women who get pregnant after the age of 34.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, it is important to have those discussions. You also want to know too, I mean, how your potential partner feels about Hawaiitism. So you want to get that out there
Yeah,
and ensure and
I
ensure you're
do.
on the
I
same
do.
page.
Yeah, I do think that's another point that's more important for women than for men. Women are designed to want safety. So at least women who are more right-leaning, they are more inclined to want men who are right-leaning.
Hmm.
I see plenty of men who are willing to, go through the process of red pilling a woman. Not so much from the women, unless they already are in a relationship with, that is very committed with children. When they are not, they are less willing to go through the process of red pilling a man because we want security. We need to know that the man we spend our life with and start a family with that they will stand behind us. They will protect us and our children. And if a man doesn't see the problem with mass immigration and you do, you can't really trust that man. Not deep down.
Right.
Not to the point that you want to have children with him if you don't really know if he will be willing to protect you.
Right, and there could also just be friction because of such a marked political difference on this contentious issue. I've been thinking about based pickup lines. I'm considering, hey baby, want to read some Solzhenitsyn this weekend? uh, and then if the gal I don't know too well says yes, I'll.
Well, hello there.
Right, yeah. And do you have any book recommendations for me, my dear?
Yeah.
He's great. I actually, for those who may want it, who have been seeking it, I actually have a complete English translation for his 200 Years Together. If people want to check out my BitChute channel and scroll down a bit, they'll find a video about that book and about Solzhenitsyn being suppressed there. But that's a key read.
Yeah, I have both a PDF and 2 audiobooks version of that.
Oh, great! I've also read his entire Gulag Archipelago trilogy, which I also recommend to people.
I have the abridged version of that, and I admit I haven't had the stomach to read it yet.
That's okay. We can probably still be friends.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Yeah, I do what I can to be a tolerant Hawaii advocate. So.
Yeah, well, I do want to read it. It's just sitting down to read what I know I'm going to read.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Some of it isn't pretty.
And it's, as I said, it can be easy to become black pill when it's too much misery, and we can see a lot of that on our side. So finding the energy to go into a book like that can be quite difficult.
Yeah, one thing I would recommend, and maybe I was understanding this more at a subconscious level, but if you see Solzhenitsyn himself as a profound white pill while you're going through the material, and the fact that he survived and was able to write it and has been able to wake people up, maybe that'll help you get through the material better than you might otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. His story is very fascinating.